And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session has commenced and your company is required. So that thing that we do round about this time is what is going on now. So if you are available, then come participate. You know the schedule already, and you know we will always situate here. So situate yourself with us. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Exciting, inspiring, a film you must not miss. The Eagle has landed.
Holy, 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 another Savior, another Savior. Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 he's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 he's another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 holy. It's another Savior. Another Savior.
Holy, 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 another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 he's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 he's another Savior. Holy, 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 he's another Savior. Yes, another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
So there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. The dulcet tones of the Okoro people from the east. So Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Only leaders like Buhari can tackle Nigeria's security challenges. Omodadi Yemi Osinbajo, he's the one eulogizing about his papa. Only leaders like Buhari can tackle Nigeria's security challenges, a headline attributed to the mini-me of the Aboki from Daura. Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. So this is doubling down on that space that we explored yesterday when the army chief, the chief of defense staff, he came out to say that we have seen the worst of this insurgency, and what we'll be seeing now is improved security from here on in. So to hammer down on the space, Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. So quite how they have arrived at that figure and that data, we'll find out just shortly. We'll find this out shortly as well. I will quit politics, then spill blood. Hope UZODINMA, the governor of Imo State. So a lot of people will recoil from that statement, especially given what happened in Ozigbo or something, where they claim he brought in lawyers, not lawyers, but soldiers. So where allegedly they claim he brought in soldiers to come and savage his own people. But not true, he's saying, and quite the contrary, he insists. I will quit politics than spill blood, a headline attributed to the Fulani made Hope Uzodinma. So from the Fulani made Hope Uzodinma back to Yemi Osinbajo. Osinbajo now in charge of Nigeria. Buhari says as he flies to the UK for a medical checkup. So once upon a time when the Buhari administration first started, anytime the Aboki from Daura goes to the United Kingdom to get his booster shots, as our engineer would put it, he would leave Yemi Osinbajo in charge of the country. But then, of course, once when he left Yemi Osinbajo in charge of the country, Yemi Osinbajo actually had the temerity to start to run the country properly. And they would not have that, of course, so they've been beating him up since then. So now that this administration has now come to its end and there's nothing more to gain, nothing more to lose, they can now let the child have the keys to the car. So they give the child the keys to the car, as again, Osinbajo now in charge of Nigeria, Buhari says, as he flies to the United Kingdom for his booster shot, as engineer always calls it. More Nigerians suffering mental health illness due to hardship. This is a psychiatrist saying this, and we have come across, as I say we, by we I say I mean I have come across a similar report years ago that a good 70 to 80%, if not 85% of Nigerians have some sort of mental health problems. And you can understand that. In fact, you'll be surprised if that is not the case, given just the chaos and the mind-boggling goings on that happens in that country. Nothing that goes on in Nigeria happens anywhere else in on the planet, unique and peculiar to its own, just the weirdest of places. So no surprises then. More Nigerians suffering mental illness due to hardship, a psychiatrist informs us. So quite what has led him to that, we'll find out just shortly. APC convention crack in the CEC PC widen. So the CEC PC, of course, is the caretaker committee, essentially. So it looks as though there might be trouble in paradise in that space, but quite what that trouble in paradise is, we'll find out just shortly. But first, we tease with the headline again. APC convention crack in CECPC widen. So we find out just what that crack is fairly shortly. We'll find this out fairly shortly as well. We are stranded in Ukraine, Russia, begging for food. Niger Delta Development Commission sponsored students lament non-payment by Nigerian government. So Akpabio, of course, we already know his narrative. He has chopped all the money, as they say in Nigeria. Not a penny of that will get to those people. We know Akpabio, uncommon whatever it is that he calls himself, an uncommon thief is exactly what he is. And that uncommonality is to take any price. And the price being taken now is the future of these children. Again, we are stranded in Ukraine, Russia, begging for food. Niger Delta Development Commission sponsored students lament non-payment by Nigerian government. So quite what is going on there and what that is all about, we find out shortly. And finally, we land on this. If you will ever load, I've been trying to load this, but it's not loading fully. Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos. Omoyele Sowore, one of the presidential candidates for the 2023 elections, he's the one making that headline. But quite what has led him to say that, we'll find out shortly. But again, we tease with the headline, Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos, a headline attributed to the presidential candidate of the AAC party, Omoyele Sowore. So quite what is in play there, we'll find that out. We'll find that out shortly as well. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax. Click please on the like button. Please do that because that is propelling the algorithm and we're seeing it in the numbers in real time. And the more you do that, the more the YouTube algorithm favors us and the more expansive the conversation will get. So you already see how the conversation is. So if you clicked on the like button and the subscribe button, just by those two acts, you propel the channel to a greater height and you don't even have to dust the cobwebs of your wallet. You don't have to part with money. It's entirely free of charge. Just two quick flicks of the buttons. So as you go about flicking those buttons, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop to the clickings. Of the clicking of the like button and the subscribe button. I take you to the east and invite you to put on your dancing shoes as we partake in another Python dance.
iPod omeriwo n'Izu onírò ya abakare mama dawora olabori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Olabori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi bụ onye du aịmọ o meriwo n'izu ndiro ya Abakare mama ndawora unapori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapori meri Nnamdi.
And there you heard it, voices from the east. Nnamdi wins the war, that is the insistence in the east. So Nnamdi wins the war, as guys I bring you this. Only leaders like Buhari can tackle Nigeria's security challenges, a headline attributed to YEMI Osinbajo. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has disclosed that to effectively tackle Nigeria's security challenges, the country would need leaders in the mode of his principal, the president, Muhammad Buhari. He also argued that only few administrations faced the plethora of security challenges currently bedeviling the country before Buhari took over in 2015. The vice president stated this on Saturday in Delta State, where he paid a courtesy call to the Ovie of Uwe Kingdom, His Royal Highness Dr. Emmanuel Sideso, and the Olu of Wari, His Royal Highness Ageme Atuwashe the third. This was contained in a statement on Sunday by Osinbajo's spokesman Laolu Akonde, titled "Osinbajo in Delta Visit Olu of Wari, Ovie of Uwie, says collaboration with traditional rulers is critical now." Whilst emphasizing the Buhari regime's three-pronged focus on improving the economic security and the fight against corruption, Osinbajo noted that the administration was battling enormous security challenges. He said, "We also recognize, especially with security, that very few administrations have been confronted with the plethora of security challenges that we have been confronted with. Frankly, when you look at the sheer number and range of those security challenges, it is evident that it is necessary to have a leader such as President Buhari to be able to even take those challenges on." Osinbajo, however, stressed the importance of collaboration between traditional rulers across the country and government at all levels, saying security challenges facing the country in recent times cannot be left alone for government to tackle. Speaking at the palace of the Olu of Wari, the vice president stated that the role of the traditional council, the traditional rulership in our country, is absolutely critical to security, and I am happy that this is something that you also not only recognize but accept as a major function of the traditional rulership. Aside from the major roles of the security agencies in ensuring security, the vice president observed that traditional rulers in the country also have vital roles to play in their respective communities because of their moral authority. We recognize that the traditional rulership of our country holds a moral place in the lives and esteem of our people. And it is that moral place that we very frequently have to call upon in order to mediate some of the conflicts that give rise to the security challenges that we have, he said. Whilst again congratulating the Olu of Wari on his ascension, Osinbajo stated that the ascension to the throne of your fathers would be for the benefit of the community and the nation. I want to say that the reason first is because you bring to this stool not just the energy and far-sightedness, but more importantly, your antecedents in business, in innovation and entrepreneurship. So many are looking to see how this will benefit not just Wari, but also our nation. In his remark, the Olu of Wari described the vice president's visit as a homecoming and thanked him for his good works as Buhari's deputy and for putting Nigeria first. We thank you for the good work that you have been doing supporting the president and putting Nigeria first. Please be assured that our prayers are continually with you and with the nation in general. It is our prayer. And by the way, there was a curse placed on this guy's forefathers, which he removed. That is the Olu of Wari, when he ascended that throne. So we thank you for the good work that you have been doing supporting the president and putting Nigeria first. Please be assured that our prayers are continually with you and the nation in general. It is our prayer that the Lord who brought you here safely will take you back safely, and in all your endeavors going forward, as your administration finishes in the next year, you will finish strong, you will finish well, and by the grace of God, I am sure we will be seeing more of you in different capacities, and we look forward to that. So that is a nod in the direction, of course, of this guy's ambition to be the next president. So we see how that plays out for Yemi Osinbajo. So from that, we go to this. Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. So 2022, bear in mind, is only 2 months deep. So it's only 2 months deep. So Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. So quite how they arrived at this, let's find out. Although killings by non-state actors continued in Nigeria last week, February the 27th to March the 5th, fewer people were killed during the week than any week since the start of the year. At least 10 people were killed last week, with the killings occurring in 2 states of the Federation. The victims include 2 people who were lynched for allegedly stealing mobile phones, and 8 persons killed by bandits in the troubled Zamfara state. The figure represents a drastic decline when compared to the previous week, when 62 people were killed across the country. The number of victims is also lowest in 2022 after the 3rd week of January, when 20 people were killed. Correspondence has, since November last year, been compiling weekly the killings by non-state actors. Only incidents reported in the media are included in the compilation. Thus, unreported cases are not included. Below are the recorded incidents last week. Zamfara, bandits identified with the notorious kingpin Dankarami killed 8 of 10 men they kidnapped in Zami in Zamfara state due to the failure of their relatives to pay a 6 million naira ransom. The bandits abducted the victims in September. The bandits abducted the victims on September the 1st, 2021, after a failed attempt to attack the local government headquarters. Anambra, 2 persons suspected to have stolen a cell phone and other valuable from a woman were on Wednesday night set ablaze by an angry mob at Upper Iweka Motor Park in Onitsha, Anambra State, Nigeria's southeast. Eyewitnesses said the suspects were beaten. Other people around brought tire and petrol and set them ablaze. So it is not clear if the decline in incidents and casualties is due to efforts of the security agencies, but President Muhammad Buhari has repeatedly pledged his administration's efforts to tackle banditry and other criminality across the country. One of such pledges was after a January the 5th incident when bandits invaded about 5 communities in Bukuyum and Anka local government areas of Zamfara, killing over 200 villagers and setting many houses ablaze. Reacting, Mr. Buhari described the incident as an act of desperation by mass murderers who are under relentless pressure from the military. The president assured Zamfara residents that the army and the air force are working together to track and eliminate the perpetrators. The latest attack on innocent people by bandits is an act of desperation by mass murderers, now under relentless pressure from our military forces, who are well equipped to effectively confront these enemies of humanity, the president said. Also, there was no report of killings in Niger, which had been one of the hotbeds of banditry in 2022. So last week, President Buhari urged Nigerians to get more interested in working with security agencies to tackle the security challenges in the country. In an address at the opening ceremony of the Alumni Association of the Nigerian Defense College, the president said more could be achieved in bringing law and order to various parts of the country with the full cooperation of the citizens. Security is not just a military concern, but a challenge for all Nigerians. No matter the amount of money invested in military operations, without the support of the people, display of patriotism and preparedness for everyone to be ready to take ownership of securing our environment, success will be limited. Consequently, we must look beyond the military and the security agencies for enduring solution to the security challenges we are facing. So that is it right there. So there's a caveat to all of this. So essentially, because as I always say, I only ever go by the headline and I don't read the body of the story so that we cannot react to it all at once and at the same time. So what these people are saying is that these are reported incidents and not the totality of the incidents that have happened in Nigeria. So these are reported incidents. So quite what you make of that, make of it, and then come and let's discuss it. Come and let's discuss it on the platform. So the hyperlink to the screen is there. If you want to join in the conversation on the screen, click on that hyperlink, and then you'll be held in a studio space. And as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, and I'll let you onto the screen, and then we'll have a discussion around the talking points. So that is how it works. So if you want to participate on the screens, then click on the hyperlink, and also click on the like and subscribe button as well. So the next time I go there to check, I feel motivated that you guys are sort of you're playing your part in what we're doing. 2023, I'll quit politics than spill blood. Fulani made Hope UZODINMA. Governor Hope UZODINMA of Imo State on Sunday expressed concern over the spate of violence in the country, but said he would rather quit politics than spill blood to win elections in 2023. Whilst lamenting what he described as contrived insecurity by desperate politicians, he insisted that Nigerian leaders must always act in good conscience. UZODINMA, who made history with the 2019 governorship election after the Supreme Court nullified the election of the then incumbent governor Emeka Ehidioha, stated this in an interview with journalists on the sidelines of the first plenary of the Catholic Bishop Conference of Nigeria in Abuja. He said, I don't belong to the class of politicians that will encourage violence. I don't belong to the class of politicians that will spill blood to win elections. I would rather prefer not to be a politician than to be an instrument of violence. If you recall the history of elections in Nigeria, it has always been greeted with anxiety in the beginning. But as we make progress, the anxiety comes down and people also come out to follow the electoral timetable as provided by INEC. The only aspect that is different is the contrived insecurity that is now taking lives and all sorts of banditry and kidnapping. Evil is bad and stands to be condemned. We should shun violence in all its ramifications and embrace the rule of free, fair, and conducive environment for everyone. I invite my colleagues, political leaders, and the entire political elite to toe the path of good conscience and fear of God in all they do and say, because that is only what we need to attract the mercy and forgiveness of God. UZODINMA said the 1999 constitution does not recognize the zoning of the presidency, said it was high time the nation looked for a credible presidential candidate based on merit and competence rather than zoning. The governor said, of course, it would be a good idea to zone the presidency to the southeast, but in the best of my interest, the process is what we should be looking at. Actually, in the books of our democracy, tribe and place of origin is not a factor. So, all I say in my good conscience and moral instinct is that Nigerians should vote in a representative manner where everyone will have a feel of what the presidency is in reality. But beyond that, and very importantly, is the need for merit and competence. They should be the driving criteria for selecting a president. This country has gone through a lot of trouble and temptations. It is high time we did this rightly in Nigeria. So that is Fulani made talking gibberish as usual. Osinbajo now in charge of Nigeria, Buhari says as he flies to the UK for a medical checkup. President Muhammad Buhari on Sunday said Vice President YEMI Osinbajo is in charge of the country. This comes as the president departs the country for the United Kingdom for a medical checkup. His departure had earlier been announced by the special advisor to the president, Femi Adesina. It is, however, not clear if Buhari already transmitted a letter to the National Assembly handing over power to Osinbajo pending his return to the country. Buhari said, well, I cannot claim to be doing the work alone. The government is fully represented. The vice president is there. Constitutionally, when I am away, he is in charge. Then we have the secretary to the government of the federation and the chief of staff. So there is no problem. Since he assumed office on May the 29th, 2015, Buhari has embarked on medical trips abroad several times, covering a period of no fewer than 200 days of the 6 years he has been in power. So it is quite pertinent to note that I said the secretary to the government and the chief of staff are also there. So the secretary to the government, as far as I'm aware, is not elected by anybody, nor is the chief of staff. So he's telling you that his interest is protected. So I'm all right, Jack. So that's an I'm all right, Jack sort of a statement. But did he transmit that letter to the Senate? Is the question. More Nigerians suffering mental health illness due to hardship. Psychiatrist. About 60% of Nigerians are documented to be suffering significant mental illnesses, says Professor James Obindo. This, he said, is due to the visible hardships in the country. Mr. Obindo, the president of Association of Psychiatrists in Nigeria, APN, said this in an interview with reporters on Sunday in Abuja. Mental health management became more critical globally within the last 2 years, largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which impacted negatively on the world's socio-economic and governance order. But in Nigeria, the pandemic made it more complicated owing to what many experts described as consistent neglect of but in Nigeria, the pandemic made it more complicated owing to what many experts described. Sorry, I have to do that again. But let me actually have a sip of water. But in Nigeria, the pandemic made it more complicated owing to what many experts described as consistent neglect of the mental health care subsector by successive administrations in the country. For instance, even before the outbreak of the pandemic, statistics from the World Health Organization had indicated that 1 in every 4 Nigerian An average of 50 million people were suffering from mental illness. Mr. Obindo said shortage of mental health workers has made the situation worse. He said there are fewer mental health workers such as psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, psychologists, and others in the country to treat and manage patients. The expert psychiatrist noted that more than half of the number of mental health workers had been attracted to foreign countries. We don't have enough mental health workers in the country, and even the few that we have are already being attracted out of the country. We have less than 300 psychiatrists. The prescribed number is such that we should have nothing less than 1 to about 10,000 individuals. But what we have is zero point 0.4 to about 10,000 individuals, 4 psychiatrists to 1 million Nigerians. The psychiatrist, psychiatric nurse, psychologists, social workers, as well as occupational therapists work as a team. Psychiatric hospitals are also very few, he lamented. Mr. Obindo noted that in addition to the current scarcity of fuel in the country, economic hardship, coupled with the level of insecurity, may likely inflict mental illness to many Nigerians. In the last few years, Nigerians have had to deal with issues like kidnapping attacks, socio-economic downturns, amongst others. And the recent fuel scarcity, forcing an individual to stay in the queue for more than 3 hours to buy fuel, even at exorbitant prices, is a major stressor for Nigerians, as stress is a major predisposing factor to mental illness. If one's well-being is affected, such that an individual is not able to realize his potential or find it difficult to work effectively or contribute to the society and be able to overcome normal stresses of life, then the person cannot be said to be mentally healthy. If you look at this and you compare it with what goes in other climes, you will discover that we have a greater predisposition to developing mental illnesses, he said. So there he is, and there it is. All Nigerians are mad, essentially, is what that guy is telling you. But then we all know that anyway. APC convention, crack in CECPC widen. A major crack may have opened within the APC Caretaker Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee, barely 3 weeks to the much anticipated convention of the party, as a member of the committee and leading member of the Central Coordinating Committee of the convention is said to have moved to summon a crucial meeting of the National Executive Committee of the party. The possibility of such action is not far-fetched, given the absence of President Buhari, the leader of the party, who is reported to have jetted out abroad on medical checkup. However, the situation looks serious enough to attract a meeting of some APC governors at the weekend in Abuja. It is not very clear last night why the governors are leading what sources said is a mutiny against Yobe State Governor and APC caretaker chairman Mia Malabuni. An insider who is aware of the development alleged that the reason for the agitations may not be far from the different permutations and ambitions of the governors which had stalled the convention. The latest agitation, we gather, is being spearheaded by a governor from one of the north central states who, we gather, is uncompromising in his dream to pick up the party's vice presidential slot. Our sources said certain decisions recently taken by the CECPC did not favor the realization of his ambition and specifically cited the composition of the APC zoning committees, headed by Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman, as one of the issues. Reacting to the development, YEMI Nabina, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the ruling All Progressive Party APC, has cautioned against action that could jeopardize the unity of the party going into the convention. He said that to hold a meeting without the authorization of Governor Mia Malabuni is a sham and will not stand. Nabena said the plot by the governor, name withheld, to destabilize the ruling All Progressive Congress has been on for a while because of his vice presidential ambition in 2023, hence his plan to convey a NEC meeting. I am using this medium to call on our leaders across the states to caution the governor. The presidency should also call him to order immediately, drop the plan to convey an NEC meeting without the knowledge of Governor Mia Malabuni and the secretary of the CEC PC. The governor should not destroy the ruling APC because of his personal political ambition of becoming vice president or whatever in 2023. So what exactly is that region again? Was it North Central or whatever that person is coming from? Let's just see. Hold on. Because they've not given us the name, but if we know where that governor is coming from, then we may be able to guess at it. Hold on, let me just hold on. It's governor. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to see where that governor is coming from. Yes, one of the North Central states. So, which are the North Central states? That's just what we have to find out, and then we'll find out then who has such an ambition there. We are stranded in the Ukraine, Russia, begging for food. Niger Delta Development Commission sponsored students lament non-payment by Nigerian government. Some beneficiaries of the Niger Delta Development Commission scholarship scheme have lamented going through difficult situations due to the non-payment of their tuition and allowances by the Nigerian government. According to some of them who spoke with correspondents, a number of their colleagues are currently stranded in Ukraine and Russia amidst ongoing face-off between both nations. They also decried the blame game between the NDDC and the Central Bank of Nigeria over who is delaying their payments. One of the affected students said during their last virtual meeting, the NDDC claimed the CBN was the one delaying the payment, adding that it had instructed the Apex Bank to pay the money since last December. A source said several of those scholars in Ukraine and Russia call out in pain on the scholarship Telegram group, reporting how NDDC has been ignoring their several calls and emails for help. Now we don't really know who to cry out to again, whether it should be to the federal government, the CBN, which is the government unit that is meant to pay us as and when due, or the NDDC, which is supposed to ensure that the CBN pays us as and when due, because they are officially responsible for our payment. The most painful thing is that some of the scholars in Ukraine and Russia are not knowing their fate with no money. The worst scenario is that during the last Zoom meeting, we had one of us there. He had been relating between us and the NDDC. The person gave us feedback in the meeting that the NDDC said it was the CBN that was delaying our money since last December, saying they had submitted our voucher and instructed CBN to pay us. PhD scholars yet to be paid by the NDDC are in the following countries: South Africa, Ukraine, Russia, United States, Malaysia, the Netherlands, Australia, Cyprus, Switzerland, and Spain. Our condition is now worse. Many of us now have to beg for food to survive because there is no money to feed on and even no part-time job to make ends meet. Let all Nigerians help us ask the NDDC and the CBN. Okay, so essentially, we all know where that story is going. So essentially, Akpabio continues to withhold these people's money. It's just the totality of that. Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos, Omoyele Showore. Omoyele Showore, a former presidential aspirant and the convener of Revolution Now, during the week declared his 2023 presidential ambition before a crowd of supporters. In his word, he says Nigeria needs a revolution of total freedom of the people and that Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos for the monumental injustice meted on them. He also told the Yoruba agitators not to leave Nigeria for those that destroyed it, but that the oppressors in government are the ones to leave the country when he becomes president. Showore is contesting on the platform of the AAC. So that is Yamhead Showore making his usual empty-headed noise. So that is Showore with his usual empty-headed noise. Charlie Boy, we see you. Thomas, we see you. Baba Akure, we see you. Prof, please mute yourself, but we see you as well. Thomas, we see you. Ovie, we see you. And the mighty Ajanle Koko, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So good to see you all. And please, people watching, please make sure you are thumbed up. So let's go quickly to Ovie and start off with Ovie if he is ready. So Ovie, are you ready? Or do you want us to?
Ever ready.
Oh yeah, so there it is. So there he is rather. So good to see you, Ovie. So Ovie, let me take you first to Showore's comments that Nigeria owes the East an apology. So this is something that we have discussed somewhat over times in this space. Because there's in America where you are, they have this term that they call closure. That when a matter is not fully settled and there's still lingerings and simmerings. So Nigeria has not yet attained closure in the eastern space. And is this the apology then that Showore is inviting and promising when he becomes president? So what are you making then of the suggestion that the country owes the East an apology?
The country owes Eastern apology or owe him an apology.
No, owes the let me give you the headline again. Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos. That is what Showore is saying, and he will frontal that apology if he becomes president.
So I mean, he's just trying to take advantage of that space now. He has already declared to run for presidency. So this is him reaching out, reaching out to the Eastern Quarter. As you always said. Of course, some people will see reason with him that and automatically he won them over. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it's coming from him at this point. Everything is our timing for him. So yeah, I would do the same thing. I mean, not just him. I think every politician would do the same. We try as much as they can to take advantage of that space at this point. We have comments like that.
All right, thank you. But to this now, this one strikes me as somewhat curious. Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. So this is this headline. But then there's a caveat to it that these are reported incidents and not the totality of all incidents. So we have to add that as a caveat. And they're saying that in the totality of the Nigerian state in the week gone by, 7 days, that there's been only 10 incidents of killings, 2 in the east and 8 in the north. So what are you making of that data vis-a-vis the security situation in Nigeria?
Sorry, which news outlet carry are you reading? This is the headline.
Premium Times.
I mean, one killing is more than enough. So I would say I don't say that I should be praising them or anything, but That apart, I think, well, if it's a fact, then that means Buhari has step up his game. He's been promising that he will hand over his successor. We are ready a less killings or less this thing that is going on. So if he's working on that promise already, I mean that's a good move. But again, um, are we going to wake up tomorrow morning and hear triple that? Because as I say, at this point, anything can be, anybody can say anything, especially now that he's leaving the country. He's letting everybody know that he's living. This is how he's living the country.
You see, I cannot understand how the insurgency can be maintained at the level that it is if the government is truly fighting it, because it's not as though it's only a set of people that are doing this. You say they get recruits, but not really that much recruits. So if they are really attacking the people doing this and they are going after the lead space of that space, then it should have started to peter out a lot earlier than this. Because it's just a bunch of criminals. So if you're attacking it, then they should be reducing both in the number of them and in the incidents rather than increasing, as we seem to have had the case for the last 6 years. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it should be decreasing.
I for once never believed that the Nigerian military or the government don't have the capacity or whatever to actually face out, these people, whatever they are, or whatever they call. I still believe that there's a reason why, they are playing politics with it, if I might use that term. Because whoever that is coming next, whoever the APC party is going to present as their president, that presidential candidate, that is what they are going to use. And I believe that person will have somewhat a more military background, somebody who was in a way dealt with this kind of scenario before. And that's
They're
what I
going to
keep saying.
present. What are you talking about? They're going to present somebody with a military background.
It's possible they are still there in this government from every nook and corner of the country. There's a Yoruba man who is a military man in this government. There's an Hausa man who is there in this government. If you go deeper,
I don't know where you get all these things that you say from. What military background is? How? Anyway, it's your thoughts. Yeah, go on.
The former governor would say was just a major, I be the general.
And so what? He's not even indicated any ambition. What are you saying? They'll go and bring somebody from obscurity and put him ahead of everybody else.
Mama, there's still time to declare. There's still time. Time since they well. So even the people that we are front runner now, the last of Tinubu, they have not declared. I won't be surprised at the end of those consultation, it will say it will take a different route than what we are expecting. So there's still time. But what I'm saying is that whoever that person be, they will use fighting this insecurity as a way of campaign. That's all it is. Look for what your people want and sell it for them. And at this point, Nigeria is yearning for somebody that will come and put an end to all this bullshit. Because, as I said, I still don't believe that the Nigerian military are not capable of dealing with these people if they actually want to do it. This is pure. At this point, they're just using in people's life for pure politics. That's what I'm saying. But as time goes on, we will see. As I said, if what they are telling us is a fact, then kudos to them. But I hope we are not going to wake up the next day or week from now and hear triple.
I mean, we are probably almost certainly going to hear because this thing it ebbs and flows, isn't it? It's in troughs and it's in flows,
I want to hear them say, 3 months, 6 months, we haven't recorded any death or 1 day in 6 months, and then, but just 1 day. I mean,
what this newspaper has taken upon itself to do is to report weekly incidents of killings, to track what improvement or lack thereof is taking place. But they are only reporting incidents.
Who are they giving the credit? What do they say is responsible?
I don't think they have especially credited. They've just presented it as raw data.
Because are they saying that, oh, because he started naming or trying to name people who are sponsoring this, is that what is responsible? I mean, they should be able to pinpoint why they are making that progress.
I think what they're just doing is they are collating all the incidents across the media space of deaths. And these are non-state actor deaths, by the way. So these are not people that were killed either by the police or the army or people like that. These are crime-related deaths. So what they have been doing is collating it on a weekly basis just to present it as raw data to say this is what happened during this week in that space. And what they are saying is, and by the way, they are saying this year. So you think this year and you think it's a big span, but
It's like
it's
2
only 2
months.
months, So they say the lowest the lowest this year. You think that we're in December and we've
Well,
attained some sort of victory. So
well, as I said,
it's a nonsense.
the president is on his way out of the country. He's telling everybody know that this is the situation. This is the situation of the nation. Why I'm away, and hope it gets better. If it gets worse, I mean, that could be it too. But kudos to them anyway. If it's their effort, their military effort that is yielding results. That's the news we want to hear, and I hope they can maintain it. That's what
Yeah.
we.
I mean, nobody is looking for them to fail in that direction. Nobody is looking for them to fail in terms of security
Not at
because
all.
the price of their failure has been paid in human lives. So we all
Yes.
want them to succeed, but not with skilled and lies figures. We don't want lies because those lies again are told in human lives. But
Yeah.
if they are succeeding, then that's that about time. They don't get applause, they get about time
But
because
yeah, that's it.
the
That's
amount of money that's been spent on that space just ended a long time ago,
it.
but
Should have.
oh,
We'll,
oh, go
we'll
on.
get there. Go ahead. God day.
All right. So you were talking about Buhari leaving the country. It's now going on almost 250 days that he has spent in hospital beds in London, and that continues still, and that still will continue. But this time around, he transmits power to Osinbajo. We don't know if he sent that formal letter to the assembly, but he leaves the country telling us Osinbajo is in charge. The last time he put Osinbajo in charge, pardon me, the last time he put Osinbajo in charge, we all know what happened. So what do you now think underpins this newfound confidence in the little man?
If I'm to advise the little man direct, I go say, "Organa, set up. Don't do it. Don't do it." Now set up. Well, but I mean, it's a good thing. But as I said, the man is already is out as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the full administration anyway. But I think it's a good test. But the people that I know, the way they play their politics, just say, "Book will give her. Let's see how he go react, and now who will try to come and trying to influence some kind of decision. Just could be a form of a test, and but we're pretty sure
I don't think there's any real decision left to be taken. We just 11 months left.
that's what I said.
If we just sit down there and just try not to upset anything, just sit down and just drink coffee and wait for God to come back. That's just it now.
No, I know say party politics still there now. They are still how did they say, trying to draw concessions and who become the chairman, who become this and this and that. So as I said, they will be watching who will come around Asu Rock to try and push one or two, see, and I see how he is going to react. But for him, I have confidence in him that he no go fuck up in any way.
No, he won't do anything. It will just be. I think Buhari is gone for 2 weeks. It will be a very boring 2 weeks. He will just sit down there. He won't even sign anything controversial. He will just sit down there and talk about albinoism or something that or it's just some.
That's what I set up. That's set up. So, but we'll see how it will be an interesting 2 weeks. We'll see how the media again. Let's see how the media we approach this. Where we are going to be harsh on him, be easy on him, to try to get him to give clue if he's going to run.
We were discussing in the earlier session. I mean, you came in, but the session had come to an end then. But we were discussing in the earlier session the APC narrowing their zoning now to say the presidency to come from the southwest and the vice to come from the northeast. So do you want to react to that, which essentially then speaks to a Yoruba president? This is where they seem to be going. But then, of course, Tinubu should not celebrate too easily because we know they don't want him. But what are you making then of that sub-narrowing to the southwest?
It would be interesting. I mean, if let's say, okay, if that is the case, now you will still agree with my point that I made 2 days on that. How come with all these sophisticated people and knowledge within that southwest, how come now only Tinubu and the same Tinubu?
No, you shouldn't really be going around saying that because that's almost nonsensical. What has that got to do with anything?
I expect more Jagabans for that.
No,
for that
you
region.
shouldn't have any expectation. If the region had made the decision that is the man they want.
But that is the way the problem now.
No, hold on. The people have made the decision that is the man they want. You know, so you are not, I'm sure even you are not suggesting that the southwest lacks either people with capacity or ambition for that. So if they are not coming out, then that tells you that they are yielding the space to him. Are you saying that there's no person or no other person in Yoruba land with ambition to be president or capacity? Of course there is. So if they are not coming out, then what does that tell you? That means they are yielding the space to him. Is that not what that tells you?
Okay, let's say that's what, but that's my problem. There is that's not the case though. They don't like him. People don't.
Why are you saying they don't like him? It's not
just
a matter.
Look at the coverage. Look at the coverage about Tinubu within the last month.
Look, don't worry about.
It's not on his favor. It's not on his favor.
No, look,
we have Yoruba people enough on that media space that should be doing it. They are not doing a good job.
You are being naive somewhat. You know, it's not a matter of like or not like him now. You know, it's a matter that you know that makes him even stronger. If you are saying that people don't like him, but he stands alone in that space, then what does that tell you? That even favors him more. That he has that strength and command.
I'm not critiquing the whole Nigeria, not like I'm critiquing that the Yoruba state where
but it doesn't matter whether they like him or not.
It does matter, one man.
How does it matter?
Look at the coverage within the last 2 months.
Yeah, but tell me where you are.
Yeah, if that's the only man, if that is the only hope, as you put it, if that is the only hope.
No, I'm not putting it. I'm not. Are you putting it differently? Is it not the only one that is out?
Okay,
you are saying as I put it as.
Okay, that's my point. How come with all these sophisticated people in that region, we can't name one or two who is distant from Tinubu but had the same weight?
Yeah, but because they are all yielding the space to him. So that's hold on. So I'm sure you are not suggesting that the Southeast don't have talents that have the ambition, the education, and the experience. I'm sure you know that. So you are now
Southeast. Are you saying the Southeast?
No, the Southwest, the Yoruba land. I'm sure you are not saying they don't have people that have the ambition or the qualification, but you are saying they are not coming out. So
that's what I'm questioning.
Okay,
I'm questioning that space right now.
You are questioning that the Yoruba land has people with capacity to be president.
Without the only person they have is Tinubu.
All right. Okay. Well, that is your subjective view.
Are you
saying Fashola does not have the capacity?
But well, it's nowhere to be found.
No, I'm not asking you if it's anywhere to be found. I'm asking from your assessment of him. Do you think he has or does not have the capacity to be president of Nigeria?
I can't just give it to him like that just because he's a one-time governor.
No. It's a question now, so just answer it now.
People who have capacity will throw their weight.
Do you think he has or does not have the capacity to be president?
Going by what we are saying, he doesn't have it.
It doesn't have the capacity.
Yes,
can you mention one person that has the capacity to be president?
Tinubu, of course.
No. Apart from Tinubu, just the totality of Nigeria. Give me 3 names of people.
Tinubu.
No, leave
The
Tinubu out. No, leave the people that are already out. Name somebody that is not out but has capacity.
Buba Marwa.
Okay, another one. You see, you don't know what you're talking about.
The former Senate president, deputy Senate president, sorry, from the Eastern Quarter.
Who?
He hasn't come out, but
who is he? You don't even know who is.
Namani?
No, not Kenny Namani.
Ayim, Peter Ayim.
No, Peter
Ike Kweremadu. Ike Kweremadu.
Can let him speak now?
Okay.
He doesn't. You see, but that's my point, though.
You say the people who have the capacity board has not declared.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about now. That's people are telling you what you're saying.
No, I'm trying to remember the name. They know who I'm talking about. I said immediate president.
You don't know. You don't know. So you are saying you are saying Ikeremadu has capacity.
Yes.
Buba Marwa has capacity.
And I will tell you why.
Does not have capacity.
I will tell you why.
No, don't worry. It's just going to be a nonsensical. Please, Ajan Lekoko, this guy has started early. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you are saying that Southwest doesn't have I mean, you haven't seen anybody from the Southwest to challenge Tinubu there. Are you narrowing that to APC or in totality? Or what's your position? I'm trying to get it right.
In totality, the Yoruba space, anyone who is not his political son or daughter that can match him at that level. How come I'm not saying it? Even though, there is this claim that the place is sophisticated in terms of education, but everything is in their favor. And I will agree with that, but I want to see it playing out, but that's not playing out. So.
Well,
both parties.
Both parties. Okay. That doesn't mean that we don't have people in that area. They might not be interested in politics now because of the debt yield and useless political structure that we have. Some people that really want to serve Nigeria, a lot of them across the country, even in the east, even in the north, because we have party that are being structured to favor some people. That's why you don't see them coming out. But no, because they know that if they come out, all their effort will be.
Why don't you just tell him it's a nonsensical thing to say that you want a lineup of people. You don't need a lineup of people when decisions have already been made. That is who they are putting forward. So I don't know what.
I want to agree with you that yes, it's a consensus. Decision has already been reached, but it's not play out in the media space. They are ridiculed.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
They are ridiculed that man.
How so? Look, you are saying they are ridiculing him, but has that stopped his momentum?
Oh, no, of course, I don't expect him to stop. I expect more challenge.
Okay. As that's in case of what? It's a ridiculous argument to make.
One man.
It's a totally ridiculous argument that you are making. You are saying they are ridiculing this guy. Let's chat your arguments all the way through. So you used to come here with your Fulani power thing and telling us that the Fulanis will never seize the space. Hold on. So the Southerners came out to say power must transit to the south. You kept on chanting Fulani. They've ceded the space, not because they are willing to yield power, but because they know that they have to yield power. But you're still there shouting your Fulani.
What do you mean they ceded the place, one man?
Because they've zoned it to the south, have they not?
One man, stop saying that. It has not been communicated that it has been zoned.
It was communicated by
primaries. After primaries.
All right.
If what you are saying play out, then I can agree with you. Yes, that be needed.
Okay, don't worry. After primaries, you'll
We'll
still
still
be
have
here
time.
telling us Fulani.
No, I've never.
All right, let me just move you on because you have this way about you of
But
always.
Ovie,
yes,
you have to understand the way that the principle of zoning works. When a party zones a position to a particular geopolitical zone of the country, that is it. It is final.
okay.
It is final.
Then at the last minute, they will change their mind and tell us it's Bubamawa. And then this is what he wants to tell
the
us.
party now.
It will Bubamawa.
Now,
This is ridiculous nonsense, isn't it?
because now they zone the chairmanship of the party to the, I think maybe northwest, let's say to the north. I don't know particular side, maybe northwest or so. So that is the way it is done when they are sharing position. So you can't come back.
The Jocelyn in the south, in the north, Ajanle Koko, is for the vice presidential position. Now we read it in justice. That's what they are fighting for now.
They can't release
and this guy is still insisting that
now.
last minute they'll tell us it's Bubamawa. This is what he wants to tell
but
us.
The party goes scatter now.
I mean, thank God everything is still yet to happen, Abi. So don't claim right. I shouldn't be claiming that. Let's see everything plays out. I stand by what I said. Till the final day. It's not over. It's over.
No,
I expect you to do the same. I expect you to do the same. Stand on what you say.
Look. You see, there are certain things that is almost near impossible. No such thing as impossible, but near impossible to reverse. They've come out to say that they are zoning it to the south. They said that about 3 weeks ago. The permutation and political discussions in the country is around that. They've come out further to say they're zoning it to the southwest. They've yet to double down that. So this is just something that's coming through today. And that is the permutation. The permutation is the vice presidency to a northern space. And that is the jostling that is going on. So you're now saying that at the last minute, they'll come up suddenly and throw all of that away and then tell us that is Bubamawa.
I am saying that is your...
Is that not just that's
no,
not...
I am saying
that is... can I ask you one question?
No, please, Tony, don't.
Okay.
I am saying that is your interpretation.
That is my interpretation. Is that not what is playing out? Is anything else playing out differently?
The game is still on. The game has not ended yet. That's politics for you. It hasn't ended. It's still on.
Don't worry. It'll be Bubamawa. Don't worry. It's Bubamawa.
We'll see. We know that people will not be getting the ticket from there.
No, it may or may not. And just to that space, by the way, that you're saying, why is the Southeast not presenting, or the Southwest rather not presenting anybody other than Tinubu? They are pushing Tinubu hard, but if they reject Tinubu at the final furlong, they'll still give it to another Southwest person, either YEMI or Osinbajo, who is keeping Tinubu honest without actually declaring. Fashola, who has not come to back Tinubu, which then tells you that he's holding his own thought. So there's still people in play, but they are yielding that space to him just because of the power and the just all that he has done within that space for so many of them. So they are yielding that space, but they have not ceded their ambition. So if Tinubu doesn't get it, there's still plenty southwestern people that can still get it. So they're not just going to skip the whole of the Southwest because they don't give it to Tinubu and give it to Bubamawa.
No,
that is not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
On that Fashola and Tinubu, will you agree with me that it's not Bola Tinubu that present Fashola to be minister?
I don't really care one way or the other.
You should.
No. I don't care because you are trying to take us down some weird path. Fashola's political trajectory is very much led by Tinubu, from his commissionership in Lagos State to his governorship 2 times in Lagos State. All of that facilitated by Tinubu. So he's beholden to Tinubu somewhat for his political base. I think that is in common knowledge. So I'm not sure if you may well think differently, but that's just a matter of historical documentation. not anybody's subjective view. So if you are saying, no, it is not beholden to Tinubu for his position in the government or not, it's irrelevant. His political antecedents is predicated on Tinubu's largesse. So he's beholden, betrothed to him somewhat. So if you don't understand that, then you don't understand
what
that.
I'm driving at is that at this critical moment, do you think they can afford to be on opposite side?
How do you mean?
Between the two of them.
How are they on opposite sides?
No, I'm just saying. Do you think they can afford to
take me to where you're going. Take me to where you're going.
It's a crack already, and that's what I'm trying to point out, but you are dismissing it. Just because you dismiss it doesn't mean there's no crack.
I'm not dismissing. I don't know what you're saying. So what am I even? So take me to where you're going, and then we'll see.
If it's not the one that nominated him to be presented as a minister,
right.
then that means there's a comma there. Because the notion out there was, yes, he was the one that presented his name. But
so if it's not the one, then what's the comma?
Then the question should be why.
Why?
If you say it's that capable and confident, which in a way I don't disagree with you, is that capable?
No. Sorry, talk slower.
He's a big weight on his own. He has his own within that space. Tinubu cannot afford to be on opposite side, and neither can he afford to be on. Who is going to be the biggest loser if they play opposite side? Tinubu will be the biggest loser because he has more to win.
What are you talking about?
There is a crack between these.
Hold on. Let Ovie talk. What are you talking about?
There is a crack. There's about 50% chance that Fashola will not support Tinubu in his ambition.
Hold on now, please, Adanle Koko. Why is that?
Just based on what I said, he's not the one that presented him, nominated him as a minister. His name was not presented among the names that Tinubu presented to the central body.
Hold on. Is Fashola's political journey, is it betrothed to Tinubu's largesse?
Before up till 2015.
It's a question now.
I would say yes up to that time, but now.
Is the political entity that Fashola is that largely to Tinubu's promotion of him?
To some extent, not 100%. Yes.
No. I'm asking. Is this a yes or no question?
It's not that blind line. It's not black and white.
What do you mean it's not black and white?
If there is a problem at this point of the game, then it's not black and white. I won't be just saying
what
yes.
problem? What are you talking about? You are talking nonsense, my friend.
I just told you, Tinubu never nominated him to be the minister.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. No, you are just talking nonsense. You always talk nonsense. But anyway, let me just. What is the point that you are making? And how do you even know who nominated him or not? But even on the basis of Tinubu not nominating him, what is the greater point you are making?
The greater point I'm making is that if you give this so much credit that he raised him politically.
Are you saying he did not?
Let me land my point so that it will not be you understand what I'm saying. If you raise this child up to that point at the critical moment in his life, and you deny him that opportunity, that says a lot.
What opportunity did he deny him?
I just told you. One man.
Which is what?
He omitted deliberately not put his name to be nominated as minister.
Thank you. Thank you. You are just going to end up. You are just going to end up infuriated.
They went behind him to bring him up.
Yeah, well, I don't know. You're the one saying that, but I don't know what you know to say that. But that's just. And anyway, you're just going to end up infuriating people. But thank you, Via. Let me just go on from you to.
That's the beauty of your show. That's the beauty of your show. Let them not be infuriated. Let them go and find that. Let's go do more research. Why is Alibeshola dancing up and down? Why is
you don't know anything and you pretend to know something. You don't know. Anyway, let me not get personal because it's somewhat an.
Ovie, this issue you are raising, I'm not sure you are. I mean, I don't think you are so sure about it. Whether Tinubu is the one that nominated him or rather nominated him for the position of minister or not. People say things, and we don't have to believe what we hear say when we don't have fact to that effect. So what you are saying, or you are, showing muzzle on, you don't have fact to that. Yeah, you are showing your muzzle on this. Say, look at my muzzle now. I get stronger muzzle. You don't have fact to
That's
it
why
now. So
I can let go. I can let go.
there's no
I can
reason
let go.
to.
But
Yeah.
see, you will agree with me that the man, the elephant in the room today, in the days of Tinubu, is not getting the love he deserves from his own quarter.
Well, I don't know. You don't have fact to that effect.
You now one of the strong voice against him on this platform. If you want to even go by taking the statistic, you are one of the strong voice. And I can't fault you for all the points you are making about him. It's right.
Look, let me tell you.
But when we get to this point whereby he's the only man that can deliver the button, is the only one that can anchor the relative to the victory line. And he's not getting the support he deserves. I don't. It beat me hollow.
Ovie, what you are saying that it doesn't have support from Yoruba land, I don't see it, and I must tell you.
Ridiculing him in the media space. That's not.
You cannot bring out any media space.
Other Nigerians never join.
Hold on.
By the time we enter full campaign, where other quarters will join.
Ovie,
what do you think it will happen?
Ovie, hold on. This, I mean, what you are saying that they are ridiculing this guy in the media space. I don't see it. I've never seen any media that came out strongly against Tinubu in Nigeria. I don't see it. It's people like us that are speaking against him that, oh, this man is not heady enough. This man, I don't think he's the right man.
No, but you are saying that based on what you are seeing in the media space.
I didn't tell you I see anything in the media space. I didn't tell you that.
All right. What
what I'm seeing in the media space show that this guy have strong support in Yoruba land, because it's going from one traditional king to the other, and you are seeing strong crowd welcoming him everywhere he goes.
He's working hard. Give him that.
You don't know. You are trying to be knowing and cynical, and you know.
No, Tinubu is a hardworking man.
You don't know. You don't. Sorry,
I am actually making case for him. One man.
You are not making anything. You are saying that he did not nominate Fashola. You don't know that, but that's even a total red herring. Fashola's political history essentially a Tinubu largesse. So I don't even know what that means or what greater point you think you're making. You are saying, no, can you just be quiet, please? Just allow me. You know, you're saying all of this, just trying to throw a little bit there and a little bit there, being obscure without landing anything that is of any real meaning. You're saying, how come there's not a lot of people in that space? There are countless people in that space that can fill that slot. But they are seeing he's showing this ambition. And because of his backlog, of antecedents, you're saying Fashola, he gifted Fashola his political career. He gifted YEMI Osinbajo his political career. He gifted a whole swathe of them their political career. So out of just a nod to that, they are ceding just the first steps to him. And this is what we're seeing playing out. Are APC going to give him the ticket? There's a good chance that they could. That's an even bigger chance that they may not. But if they don't give him that slot, does that then gift it to Buba Marwa? It doesn't. Not on any planet on earth is that going to be the case. They will only skip him and give it to another Yoruba person.
Another Yoruba man.
Yes. So that is. So I don't know what. I don't know if you just want to infuriate or I don't know what you're saying. Man? It could be anybody. Don't worry about who it could be. But let's leave that space because you're just going to continue to edge and, just say all these things.
Move to another point with
because I don't think he never knows what he's talking about and he wants to appear to be all-knowing. But let me take you to Hope UZODINMA, who is saying that I'll quit politics rather than spill blood. So that is Hope Uzodinma. But what are you making of that?
We quick policy rather than sweet blood. On what occasion is he? I mean, what led him to be, making such a statement? If you don't mind,
it was just at an event, and it's political season, of course. So anytime that they are at a book launch, a convention, etc., they are really using it as a platform to speak to the political space, because politics, of course, the currency in Nigeria at the moment. So he's just making that comment to speak to his politics, because he comes into play again in 2023 to seek re-election, and he's fleshing out his campaign essentially. So that's what he said.
I mean, because from day one of his governorship, blood has been splitting everywhere now, either the supporters or the opposite side. So it's really not rather too late to be saying that, or more or less an insult to the Imolites, as they call them. That's an insult. Up to today, as we speak, people are still dying because of the policy that he introduced, or policies that brought him to power. People are still being denied to go out on Monday to carry out their legitimate business and legitimate social life. All those you can see tied to his emergence as a governor of Imo State. So coming now to just say, rather than actually show people that yes, you are not about blood, and put an end to all these things, you are insulting them just because election is just around the corner. I mean, I just hope that they will see through, even though I know at the end of the day, money will come to play and influence everybody to. But I just hope they will see through that this is all crap. People are still dying. Their kids are up as we speak. A lot of things are still going bad, either through him or the other way around. But for him to be saying that is an insult before the Imolite.
All right. More Nigerians suffering mental health illness due to hardship. So this comes as no surprise, but this is really something worrying. You have to be crazy to live in Nigeria, and you have to be a total lunatic to live in Lagos. It's just a wild place, and this now a psychiatrist firms that up. Do you concur with the psychiatrist over here?
In a way, I mean, just based on what you describe, it's actually tough to live in. But again, my people say, who no go, no. If you have not actually lived elsewhere, that, a different society, you will say that normal, that's normal. And that's what I understand about our country. If you never actually come out, go any other country, even Ghana, anywhere, to see how things being done or in a different way, you would think is as way of life. So that's why it's kind of a great to go all as everybody they mental because of that. Because you now go outside the city, but as I said, that type of Lagos, I don't know why why people see they live for Lagos. It's impossible. But again,
it's a hellish place, especially the mainland. It's a hellish place.
But again, I don't stay there for like 10 years straight. So,
but do you think you can still live there if you go back to Nigeria now? Do you think you can still live there?
No, because it's 2 hours visit Lagos now. Bike, I take go airport, come up for airport. So no, it's hell. I don't know, man. It's hard.
The heat, the chaos, the noise, the aggression, the crime.
You can't go out. You
can't go out. You can't stay in.
It's crazy. So, but again, people who they're born in that circumstance, and that's all they know. Normal as a way of life. So people tell you that even though Lagos, and if you live for
even to cross the road is an adventure in itself. To cross the road in Lagos is an adventure.
Lagos is man. It's no. I don't like Lagos again.
No, I don't think I can live in Lagos.
I don't know.
I don't think I will survive 1 week.
It's just. And you man, you go see kids early morning, they don't park there, they are sleeping. Even as they're inside vehicle, they go drop 10. Coming back, don't reach 10 p.m. They sleep, come back. I mean, I just like what kind of life is that by my most, and these are millionaires. These are the so-called
if you are living in Ikeja, and you're walking on Broad Street and you start at 9:30, you have to leave your home at 5:30 a.m.
Yes,
and you will still be
yes.
late.
Even if you are living in Aja, remember we live in Aja,
And
work
there's
in
no
a
reason
Chevron.
not to live in Ibadan and work in Lagos, because
No,
you should
that's
just be. It's just.
they walk from Aja to Chevron, which on normal circumstances should be like 15 minutes drive. They take 2-3 hours every day. I was like, now is it now by force to stay for Lagos? But it's just it's crazy. So, but if you step outside Lagos, if you go small towns, go villages and all that, I don't think that mental issue apply to them, because trust me, they know now we just and because they won't live for
It's
Lagos,
a
now we know
different.
this.
It's a different sort of contention in the interlands, though, because
It
then you
is.
are contending with the kidnappings, the ritualists, the
Well, yeah,
babalawos, and the whatnot, and the Fulani headsmen, of course, keeping you honest, keeping you.
it's crazy that that's the story of the night. Because when we grew up, we grew up in a village. I mean, I remember I see the tape. I remember. My mother would just leave the door hanging. I go from morning till come back 2 a.m. in the morning, because she knows that nothing will happen to me. If I look for trouble, they'll beat me there, I cry before I come out. I go anywhere I like, even at
Do
that thing
you
that
do
is
you think do you
free.
think do you think ego is a good example of what this psychiatrist is talking about? This ego that comes here to you always drunk on Ogogoro, coming here to talk deeply is a good example of
No,
what this.
if you live in the city, especially Lagos, Abuja, I mean, life, you will know that life. But the question now is then by force, because those when they live for village is a different story. If not that the insecurity that you just pointed out. If not, they don't get problem with all this.
All the returnees that I know, I don't know too many that are returning to Lagos. They are returning to Ondo, to Abeokuta, to Oyo. Some the people that want city life, they go to Abuja, which is somewhat civilized. Nobody is going to Lagos, so they will
Lagos now.
build that house in Lagos, or for rent and money, so that they can live comfortably in their little hamlet amongst their own people.
Life hard in Lagos for everybody. I don't care if you are poor, if you are a billionaire. Let's say you get chop up on top of your house, you will just carry you, papa, go airport, or if not, in as far you need to visit relative, friends who don't live your own posh area. It's impossible. You go suffer around, especially if you live in Lagos Island, which is just one road to Aja to Ekpe, just one road.
DOG was here yesterday narrating a story of one of his friends who earns about 1.7 million naira a month. So, yeah, I mean, that is real money, real wealth. I'm not sure even if a lot of people abroad are earning that. But he was saying to DOG that he wants to relocate. He's saying even to have the money is one thing, but to be able to get what you want is another. And to be able to travel to where you get what you want is another
It's
thing.
another thing.
It's just a hellish experience.
You know, if you visit person for Lagos, you know, visit two friends that live in two different areas, or go to functions in two different areas in Lagos. It's impossible. I don't know how you want to do it. Any time of the day, just like you said, for Aja, remember then, Aja, once it's 10 minutes after 5, you know, if we get to Lagos Broad Street, 8 o'clock, it's not possible. 10 minutes after 5. Because everybody, they target that to 5, 4:30, everybody's coming at the same time. And I mean, I don't understand
do you think how much, what's the attribution for you mainly? Is it traffic management or just the bad roads? Because the bad roads we already know, but the traffic management is really one of the key problems. When you have a 2-lane and three levels of traffic, somebody coming in from the side, somebody coming, they will go into gutter to go around the corner. A lot of it, yeah.
Lagos Island needs minimum of 5 different entrances of highway.
Yes.
Just that place alone. Because if you're talking about, I mean, if I'm not wrong, I think it's about close to 20 million people in Lagos alone. Now, the same people in New York. So you can imagine, there's no, as in, there are too many people plying one road.
Do you think Lagos should be expanded?
It should, as in the network of road in Lagos should be second to none in the world. The way that country is, it should be. The rail, the water transport, everything should be working, especially that Lagos, because from that CMA, from that Broad Street, at the Beach, all the way to Epe, that place should be one of the most visited places in the world. It go like Miami. It should be, because now so the Beach, the Atlantic Ocean just go all the way to Epe. But Obasanjo use and they make money. So that area, they need infrastructure. I said they need more infrastructure in that Lagos. They need more. I just seen that just one road from once you don't reach Oriental Hotel, from there all the way to Ekpena, just one entrance.
Yes.
And everybody now, big men they there. Big men. We will say them be 5 4 hours. Mama, husband get cab, wife get cab, son, daughter, everybody. They all walk in Broad Street. All of them go line up.
Where I was going to with you is that Lagos is quite it's a reasonably sized landmass, but then the concentration of Lagos is choked just within just certain areas. So in Alimosho, in Alimosho, for instance, there are about 11 million people in Alimosho alone. So Alimosho, then Ajirimo, Ifelodun, Ifelodun, they have 2 million, and then Mushin 600,000. So between all of that, that's just a condensation of people in that space. So and if you go to places like Epe, you will probably drive a mile before you come across a person, or you see many just goats and dogs there.
So that was then. That was then. Now, yes, I mean the Aja development don't reach Ekpe. As in, they don't reach Ekpe. They're supposed to call it Twin City at this point. In America, that's how they will call it, Twin City, because people don't especially what's his name, the former governor who came from that
Ambode, yes.
Ambode did a good job in that road. Ambode expand the road where that at that point you can be living in Ekpe, you see the work for either Aja or Lagos Island. So the place don't they develop well, as in there's more people now. They just need more roads. Lagos, as in the roads, they need more roads across everywhere. The same thing if you are going to Badagry. If you are going to all those Ojo, Kokomeku, that's just still one road. If you want to go follow Yanopaja, you still come bus out for Ojo. So now still, as soon as you get to Ojo, from Ojo bus stop there, before last week, now just one road, carry you all the way to Badagry. And another population where they just so they need more roads. I mean, I don't know why.
And better transportation system, particularly rail system. You can, do the network, the road network, and the rail network, and the boat, and everything connected.
Yes, that boat is underused. You know that a good 30 to 40% of Lagos is water.
Yes,
they don't have a water transportation system, which you think is the obvious thing to go to. Just to look them and then drop them at Marina and then pick them at 5 a.m. and bring them back home, rather than everybody piling. So yes, that really accounts for the mental health.
They need like 20 MALLAM bridge, as they say. They are building 4th now. They need like 16 more. As in, that's what they need for Lagos to be actually free and open. If not, nothing. And I don't care if they open up the road to 2020. No, they just need alternative roads. They need more roads across the whole Lagos, Yanopaja, Ojo, Bal, everywhere.
I think that 4th mainland bridge is something they should expedite, and because that opens just that vast area to come into Lagos, and then people will just move out of all this, because nobody likes to live in the way that they live. It's just the circumstances. If they move they need to open up that space and let that sea air actually breathe through. Lagos should be a pleasure to live in. It really
It
should.
should be, because as I said, that Lagos Island from that Broad Street reach Ekpe, that place now, it should be one. It should be like Miami. There's will compete with Miami, or if you go some island in Greece, that's how that place, because now just the Atlantic Ocean and just, but now, but instead of them to even, as they expand it, they are pushing the ocean away, sand filling everywhere, be raising their mansions and estates. Nobody they think we deserve an alternative. Somebody would just go buy vast estate of land, tie the road within the estate, start selling the land. But the road that leads to the estate, the same military.
But privateers are really taking over. There's the next space that you can afford in Nigeria. Well, maybe you can't even afford it anymore. It's really where we are now. Is that Ibejuleki axis. Over the last 5 to 7 years, I've been hearing about that space. They've been inviting me. They were inviting me at 3 to 400,000, and I was ignoring them. But now they are saying, they are telling me to get away with my 10 million naira.
That 10 million,
and that's just within.
It's not along the road though. Now inside, you need to
because what these people are doing is they are buying just the whole community, and then they are going to perfect the title, and then they are cutting it up into plots and selling it to you people abroad.
You know why? There's a deep, I think Dangote is opening this deep seaport.
Yes. And when he opens that, forget it.
When he opens that, then the refinery too is just pretty much in the opposite side of it. Then that place will be something else. But they need more roads. If not, they just need more roads. Even coming in from Ekpe, I mean, if I'm going to Ikorodu from Daosi Bejuleke, I shouldn't be going to Lagos Island.
Because Lagos is long overdue to be a major world city. Because Lagos is not Nigeria anymore. It's not even Africa. It's a world city. So it's long overdue. Because, all these things, all this Davido and co., what they should be doing every summer is to bring the world to Nigeria and put them on a beach and have performances there. So this is what should be happening, but we're just our
Obas, because those are the people that are in charge of the Bar Beach, Leko Beach, all the beaches are in charge of. I don't know, man. They should take it away from them, or they are rather abusing the place rather than making money. They will just put few talks for road. If they drop us, collect 500 bucks just to go beach. But without caring, there are more business opportunity. Yeah, bring hotelers come. That place should be a strip.
Lagos has probably the best coastline in the world. This is what people say.
You can build mini Vegas on that Atlantic Ocean within that Lagos Island. Mini Vegas. That place that you are seeing, apart from whether you want to do a Miami way, clubs and all, or you do in a mini Vegas way, but it will be the first mini Vegas on top of water. Lagos, that axis, they blessed like that. Those Ibejuleki that you are mentioning, up to Ekpe itself. Ekpe should be one. The billionaires, and I know. Once Dangote both the refinery and this spot go into full effect, people they would rather. I think the billionaires that will spring from those.
In 4 to 7 years time, Lagos will not be affordable for most people anymore.
That's the only way.
If you don't have your footing now, if you don't have land or property now, then forget it in 5 years.
Even if you get land, they will implement gentrification. They will buy them from your hand. Because that's the only way to reduce the population, or they just have to expand it. But if Ogun State want to take advantage of the explosion that is coming, you need to start to open up his own place for.
No, they are dumb in Ogun State. They shouldn't wait for the federal government. They should be building that road immediately into Lagos.
Ogun State should be mini China. Whereby all the companies
and just collecting all the money from
Lagos
now. All the money from there should be collecting it easy. Just build the neat roads. And
mini warehouse. All the companies in the world will have their either assembly plants or whatever, just like mini China. Because people, those millions in Lagos, they need to be fed in one way or the other.
So you see now why we want a Tinubu presidency, all of these things now to happen under Tinubu. But let's acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and this is something that I've been saying all the way through. But Alexander puts it more articulately than I have been. It says, watching without subscribing and or clicking the like button tantamount to stealing the broadcaster's intellectual property. It's unfair and it's silly, So, but thank you, Alexander. It's those yam heads from the east. It's all
Mama, you are not
it's all
happy
these
now.
Igbo people.
You say you are not happy. You they call people yam head.
Is that not a yam head behavior? You come here, you spend 4 hours every day. They're asking you to click some idiotic button, and you are thinking you are showing power by not clicking a button. It's the Igbo people, I'm sure. Yeah.
How would they give you a minister of communication if you are getting angry like this with people no scream and you blame Adeshina, say they cause everybody?
Don't worry.
Adeshina might be frustrated like this too.
Yeah. It's just maddening. I just ask you to do what I'm not asking you to dig out your wallet. Just click a button. And you are saying, no, I will show him.
You have to patronize.
They think they are showing me all this. They are yam. If anybody that is not clicked, they are yam heads. They are yam heads.
No, you have to romanticize your followers. You have to sell what you need. I mean, you need them. They know what you need.
No, the session sells itself now. This is the most compelling sessions on YouTube. And I'm saying that not because of myself, because look at the conversation that you and I just had 10 minutes ago that you were nearly reaching into the screen to give me a blow, and I was nearly reaching into the screen to give you a slap, and then we've gone there to discuss where else would you get this just the fullness of the rawness of it. You come here every day and I ask you to click some silly button, and you say, no, I will show him. It's an ego hater.
Wait,
it's an ego hater.
You read that? One of your headlines talks about the mental health.
Yes.
So already it is they actually care. So you got to one man, we need to do giveaway, bring cash out once in a while.
No.
That's the point.
We're not doing giveaway. Why is that bribery and corruption? What is this?
Welcome to Nigerian space.
Bribery and corruption.
One man, can I just add a little bit to this water transportation system?
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
back in the days, as kids, we usually travel from from a flour mill in Apapa to Marina with ferry. And then most of the, in Germany here, we have some villages across the water. They have these barges with ferries, that they can ferry the cars across from Apapa or from everywhere, from there to Ekpe. I mean, that is why we say that the black people, we don't know what is wrong with our brain, because we travel abroad, those so-called ministers, they see how the things are being done, but they don't come to replicate them out, see back home. I mean, it's just so crazy. You don't need any rocket science to say that we need ferries, at that time we also attract international tourism, I don't know.
And not just in Lagos, by the way, all those creek areas, they should have these little hubs for ferries and boats. All those creek areas, they shouldn't even be driving there because they are water-based people. Just give them all these little mini little hubs that they can just ferry to and from. And in Lagos, they should concession the whole of it. A friend of mine, actually, he was because there was a time they were getting rid of ferries in certain type of ferries in Europe because they had wanted to go for a different, and he got this agreement with the European space to take those ferries for free, and they will even, because they want to get them out of the European coast, they will help him get them to Nigeria, to Lagos. But Lagos wouldn't give him the opportunity to bring them in. So they will even frustrate, it's just anyway, I don't know.
It's just too crazy.
You know why Lagos didn't allow him?
Yeah, why?
Because he's not connected to the power that be in Lagos. That's why. And, that is why we are saying that these politicians that you have in position of power, they are not there to develop your country. They are not there to develop develop anything. They are there for themselves. You see,
it's better to give it to the white people. White people will come over and develop our place for us. They will bring
please now, Tony. You must
some
stop
companies,
doing that.
some companies. Some companies, international companies. Then investors. Let them come and invest in the story.
Is your narrative that Africa should be recolonized? Is it not, Tony?
Yes.
No, if they can recognize us and they even use 20% of our resources on our people, I don't, I'm not against that.
Oh, okay.
Because
so yeah, and when I was saying you've surrendered, people were saying I shouldn't
I
be
don't
saying
surrender.
that.
It's the truth. It's the fundamental truth, sir.
No,
because we are just dying.
that's your truth. That is your truth. Is that your truth, Ovie, that you should be colonized?
No, not for Africa.
No,
I don't know what he's talking about, though.
Are you hearing this guy?
He's not an African. We are not from the same continent. He's not African.
Well, you see, what you just said, one man, that your friend was trying to take all those boats. They should have just work out something with that guy and use that boat, for water transportation in Lagos.
Yeah, they were ferries. He wanted to.
Yeah, and because it's not connected. So that is the way that country is. If you are not connected, you cannot do any business successfully.
They wouldn't even give him a place to birth it, to birth them, because there were quite a few that they were going to gift it to him, and then because they wanted just it to disappear.
To get rid.
Yes, and then they would even help him get it to Africa and Nigeria. But then for you to give him somewhere to birth it and then negotiate with you what happens with it, they wouldn't facilitate that until these people had to find a way to smelt it and burn it down.
And they just burn, they just crush it.
Worry or Port Harcourt, that side.
It will be the same story now. He's a Yoruba man. They won't give him chance in Lagos. They will give him chance in Warri.
If they are not connected to power that be in that state, the politician, the governor, you cannot do anything successfully in that state. It's just a shame that
You're right, yeah, sir.
Johnny Coco, don't you, so they want to answer one man on the question that I was saying that the white people should come and use 30% for us, at least.
This man, you take us serious.
Yeah.
Is that...
yeah, because we are suffering. We are suffering. We are dying.
So, the minute, what he colonial, you say you don't know what happened during that time.
But the country was looking better in the colonial time than now.
What are you talking about?
You know that the colonialists were the Fulani headsmen of that time. Do you know that a good 20 to 30% of the people they ferried out of Africa, they died in that journey and they threw them in the sea. They were just. Do you know this sort of brutality? Do you know how women were used? Do you know if you go to Badagry or even to Ghana, if you see how people were kept chained in a hole and then the whole fenced in total darkness, pregnant women, child and children.
Tony don't know what
he doesn't know what he's talking about. But today
now, they have already sanctioned Russia, for example. Their financial system has been put on ice, so that they cannot transfer money now around the world. So this policy still control the system. So if you invite them, okay, please come and they do very business, very business. Right. Then they can build a train station, rail to through Benin to Port Harcourt. From Lagos. We need a rail line. I beg.
This is the first time. This is the first time I've ever seen Alexander Gomez make this sort of comment. Quit smoking Igbo is what Alexander Gomez. Quit smoking Igbo is not good for you, my brother Tony. Pack it in, man. But I knew when I started with Ovie we end up in this spot, but this is it. So Ovie, which other talking points? APC convention cracks in CECPC widens. So it looks as though they've already started to implode within themselves, and the governors now win against Mia Malabone. So that hold that the cabal insists that they have on the party is not quite as firm a grip as they like to imagine, Ovie.
Yeah. I mean, I doubt if they hold the convention as a promise. next week, next month, this month, 26.
Mm.
I doubt if they will postpone them because they will find a way to make excuses that the primary election is just here. Let's do everything together and all that. And these are some of the stunts you'll be seeing. The crack will always be there now. Everybody one day in control of the party. And again, that's why I said this Buhari London trip and quote unquote handing power to what is his name? Osinbajo and I set up. Because these are the problems. How is he going to react? How is he going to handle these kind of cases? We go a long way to is that senior his chances, or if he wants to run at all. But these are the kind of things. The crack, of course, is there. There's no one, the man who is in charge now, no one will live there too. And I don't blame him. That's the APC caretaker committee chairman, the Megoni. I don't expect him to give it up easily like that. He has other political ambition. He must find a way to make sure he's either 70 to 100% sure of what next for him, either to continue as a governor.
No, he cannot hold on to it really, because he's there temporarily at the behest of the party, and the party is already indicating that they want to give it to Abdullahi Adamu. So I don't see he'll be out or by the 26th. I don't think there's anything. Yeah,
these people. I know they trust them or anything. This man now 6 months they say they give him. When they first give her, now 6 months, may put everything together from 6 months to what? How many years now?
Yeah, but they are having their convention now in a couple of weeks. And at that convention, they would elect the party chairman, and they have already indicated that it's going to be Abdullahi Adamu.
If you hold, yes. If you Abdullahi Adamu from his own, from Nasarawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Nasarawa, right. Yeah.
So if he holds, let's say if he holds, but with all this crack, as you said it, that's something they could push.
You see, the cracks is jostling for position, because they're saying that there's a particular governor from the northeast that wants the vice presidential thing for himself. No, not northeast, not central. So that was the vice presidential slot for himself. So his permutation, when they give a particular political slot to a region, then they cannot double it up with an additional political slot. So what they have been doing is, a lot of them have been rejecting political slots in order to permutate for their own personal political ambitions. So that is what is playing out now. So this North Central politician who's saying, okay, I want that vice presidential slot, he's trying to permutate no significant political positions coming to his area, so that area is left for him then to go after the vice presidential slot. But then it looks as though they've already decided to slot a political position to that area. So that is the crack. So he's jostling now for that space.
The governor must be a poor governor, because you can still get the two positions, but it has the chairman to resign. Depends on what you they offer up. If you are sure of getting the ticket and your only obstacle is your kingsman, somebody from your region who did the chairmanship of a party, that's not easy now. You have to give a better offer. If you are sure of getting that ticket and you're sure your group is going to win it, you ask the guy to resign. That's not easy now. Promise on something bigger. They will take that. That's what I say. Unless the governor is a poor governor or is not sure of himself, that will not be any. That's why I keep saying that until it's over, it's not over with these people. They can easily compromise, because most of the people where they shout now, wanting position, they are not necessarily doing it because they believe they stand any chance, but they are doing it so that they stand a better chance to bargain with small followers. When you build the publicity, either pay me for it, or what are you going to give me for me to come to you? So there's still space for all that is coming. So and I look at all the governors within that region, who did there?
No, I was just bringing up. I was bringing up that geopolitical zone as you were talking. So the North Central geopolitical zone are Niger State, Kwara, Kogi, Benue, Nasarawa, Plateau, and Abuja, of course, but Abuja not in play. So essentially, I think we're talking about Yaya Bello here, aren't we, really?
Yeah. So Yaya Bello. That's why I don't just say get the money to work. And the person where they take, the former governor of Nasarawa, who they are thinking they are going to give. Now OG. No person where you go
So
just push
he
around.
doesn't want that chairmanship to come there.
Yeah, because you
Because
can't push
then
him around.
you can't have the chairman coming from North Central and then they get the vice presidential slot as well. So this
Yes.
is the
Now,
fight now. Yeah.
if that now two of them know that they not two, yes. You cannot push the man around. You can't bribe him because he's not OG. Politically na OG, na experienced man. He's been there for a minute. So he na Johnny just come. How much go gig stay get when you want to offer him tons of cash, or what is the probability that he go clean the vice presidential ticket that we now promise him? So yeah, I see his I see I see his move. But again, that is why the man is pushing interest from day one. That's something about Yaya now. We're pushing his own interest so he can sign a better chance to bargain. And I hope this is not his last his opportunity to want to be on the ticket or be in the next government. That's another critical thing.
Who's that? Yaya Bello.
Yaya Bello, yeah. If
Yaya Bello,
you don't get ticket, he wants to be on the next government or something. I don't know, senator or appoint as a minister, and if he plays game well, he will. If the party succeed anyway. But that's another thing. If the party succeed,
it's almost you see that's the other thing that we are now considering, because they are saying they are ceding the presidency to the south and narrowing it to Yoruba land. But then how would the country respond to that? Because the expectation now is that PDP will counterweight that with a northern president. So because we saw this clip, didn't we, of a meeting between Atiku and Mia Malabuni and Abubakar Malame. And that was just a few weeks ago. So what would they be meeting about? So could they give the ticket of the APC to the Yoruba, saying that, okay, you want it, have it, but then rig the presidency to Atiku, which almost certainly then they still hold on to power?
And that move has been on the motion already. That is why you see the new movement, the national movement. National movement now Arewa's idea.
Is that Kwakwanso's movement?
Kwakwanso with the mayor with it there. So that will play a role because they are not intending to either register their own party or whatever, but they will join weight with any aggrieved breakthrough that whether coming from PDP or from APC, because Atiku, I didn't talk him. He has never lost the PDP ticket, and I don't expect him to lose it. But in case they succeed in taking it from him, but who they want to give, and then that's where whoever is going to agree will join the party, will either join that movement. But we see how it goes. It's a interesting time ahead. Ahead if they decide to go down, because I expect Tinubu to go ahead first to try to form a movement that will either correlate to a third party before now. But again, the man is
because I can see it playing out that they do gift if they gift the APC ticket to Tinubu, then that's almost a certainty that the next president will be Atiku. If they say, okay, just to fulfill all righteousness, you have it, then that tells you that the next president will be Atiku.
I would not be surprised if Tinubu no declare finally. But I think what will make him a hero, or what will make him to be at the same pedestal with Awolowo, if he come out boldly and raise Fashola hand.
No, I cannot say Tinubu not declaring, but
if he can do that would be something that will put him out up there.
If he's going to concede at all, he will more likely concede to Osinbajo, because I don't think he feels he can control Fashola as much as he might be able to influence Osinbajo. But Ovi, I want you to watch this, and I want you to pay particular attention to everybody in this little clip. So it's a very short clip, so peel your eyes and watch this. So there it is over here. So there's Mia Malabuni. There is the Senate President Lawan. There is Atiku Abubakar and other senior functionaries of the APC. So this was about 2-3 weeks ago. So let me just play it one more time. So short. So you see them all. That's Mia Malabuni. That's Ahmed. That's Atiku. I thought that was Ganduje, but that looks like Masari. You know. So there it is right there. So why would that sort of meeting be taking place is the question.
I mean, it was. But again, one must see another interesting question that we are not asking, but again, Tinubu now man will say it's hardly we predict him. I expect him to get hold of some correct men for the opposite party by now, but I'm not seeing anything move like that. I could be.
You mean to try and truncate to try and sideswipe Atiku?
Of course, you have to make sure the party gets who you can beat. But they don't. So I expect him to. Now somebody will think like that. So, but at the look, how many governors is even in charge or directly support among the PDP? If to say they succeed for my state now, when for Basket have lost, I say okay, yes, he can get those state for him pocket, but I don't know, because that's another thing. That's why I say why he allowed Konkoso and Co form their movement, because that's huge movement. That they will have a lot to say.
What do you mean? Why did they allow? It's not up to him to allow or disallow anything.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, saying that the guy I like his politics. I like how they go from the one when they go after potentials, they take them out. That's a move that I expect him to just keep going with that. But as I say, I could be blind to that speed. I could be wrong. Maybe they do other things on the ground, but it needs at this point, it should not just be relying on all APC, because APC, those guys that will fuck and walk without even thinking twice. And in case
we started off in the political space discussing a possible Atiku versus Tinubu as potential tickets for 2023. And then we went through a phase where Tinubu looked as though he was completely out of the race, but he's coming back into play now. Atiku still in play. So, to all intents and purposes, it still looks as though that is what might obtain an Atiku versus Tinubu space in 2023, which will be the mother of all battles.
I've never pictured it like that, but yes. God damn.
Gosh. Money go flow for that time. You go forget it.
So that's the only way. I mean, I don't know. It's
Can you imagine that Atiku versus Tinubu, dollar for dollar, naira for naira, bullet for bullet, everything for bullet for bullet, everything for everything. It's going to be ugly. And that the Arabs will back Atiku because he has a lot of Arab backing.
The Tinubu said, man, I don't know if that's I don't think the only thing that would decide the result is if the Northerners overwhelmingly vote for what's his name, Atiku, which that is not 100% because
they don't like him as much.
Southerners.
Yes, they do, and they don't really see him as a Muslim either because they say he's always converting with women and whatnot.
That's the point. That's the point that they see him as a southern lifestyle. So they believe he's not projecting them in a way. But again, there will be if he actually point down to that now, he has to do with the men. Are they going to allow the Nigerian people to play with this opportunity, or they will still choose their favorite?
And if you add into the mix the election bill that is going to make it they will still go, but is making it. We are headed in the direction of almost the Nigerians now being able to elect their president. So it may well even turn ultimately to a real popularity contest between the two of them to see who is most popular amongst Nigerians. So
yes,
it's
because anyone that want to rig, they will rig anyway. But
yeah,
you have to be nearly to almost perfect, and he has to go with that popularity contest. If the popularity goes somewhere else and the victory, that would be very easy to detect. But again, both of them they know how to that would be,
you know the most intriguing thing about this 2023 election now, VA. We can argue from now till tomorrow. You will insist that this is it. I will say don't be silly, but we don't really know what's going on. It continues. It's not happened until it's happened.
That's why
That's
when
just
people come
the thing.
here and talk down Nigeria police, and I say, guy, we don't understand these people. It's not over until it's over. They are good at playing the game, and I'm not going to lie. They are good at manipulating us.
Buhari has not even come into play yet. He's not really indicated to the space where he is.
The last card be that.
Yeah.
And as a military man, elderly man with those kind of class when he belong, they know nothing they move them. When they say that they are dead, waiting there, their man, they hold it to the end. They know whatever you do, it won't move them. And that's the dangerous part about those kind of people. Well, it's going to be very interesting. There's still more surprises to come. But one thing I know for sure is that we will begin give Nigeria respect they deserve after this election.
All right, Charles. Yeah,
because we look Nigeria like one kind of small, all those like where they just move and turn, twist and turn. No, it's deeper than that. The interest that holding Nigeria together is beyond our comprehension. Yeah.
All right, Charles, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. Like I remember you were saying that you say APC gave Tinubu the president, gave the Northeast the vice president. What did they give the Niger Delta? What did they give? Are there any?
I think they are going to give them the speakership of the House. That was what we read.
I see I know trust the Delta region or the Delta people. They are quiet too, but I know I don't trust them for vice presidency. I don't know whatever, but something that Okowa space.
Why don't touch your own people, Via? You're from there. That's sad. You don't touch your own people. Why don't touch your own people?
He said, "Why you're not promoting your own people? That's just sad. It's sad. They're killing them like chicken."
Because I'm a Pan-Africanist. Nobody will be our problem. I mean, I don't see Yoruba man, some as my problem. They are bigger interests that know that it's holding us down. You understand? To me, all this one are distractions. So I don't really care who becomes the president. But who can come and actually put these foreign interests, fight for their money? That's what I care about.
If you're saying that, then you're making the Igbo Yoruba conquer you. If you're saying that, you basically want them to conquer you.
No, Igbo, I don't want them around the presidency because of their patriotism. They are not patriotic. You can't wake up tomorrow Biafra and tomorrow this. I don't call for that. We have a mission. Nigeria is very important for us to be toying around who put us first or who put us last. We need to fix the country so the whole continent can be set on the right path. And anything outside that, I don't care.
You don't have to show me a vision. You keep saying that. All you keep saying vision. Show me a vision. You can't keep talking. You have to show me a vision.
Vision of what? Nigeria or the African continent?
You keep saying all the. You have to show me a vision. How Nigeria can be saved. Yeah. You keep talking about one Nigeria, but you show a vision.
Nigeria can be saved when we start talking about the president must come from here, must come from there, must come from this, must come from this. Let's stop making it easier for these guys. We don't care where the president comes from. Come and tell us what you can do and how you can do it. Let the next person come and counter you, and that's what we want to see. Not that we are making it easy for them to say, yes, he must come south, he must come north, he must come south. We're making it easy for them.
But it
shouldn't be easy. Nigeria, to lead in Nigeria should not be that easy. That's why they get president that will not work for us, because we are making it so easy for them to just sit down and decide who will work for them.
But that's how Nigeria works. You know that Nigeria is not like a Nigeria works by acting group. That's Nigeria works by acting.
Nigeria work the way it works because we are dormant with the city, with the followers. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you are not singing the Nigerian song. I don't care. Go away. Don't come close to when we want to make important decision. You have to stand firm. You have to show us that you are Nigerian 24/7. Come do or die. We need to be focused first.
Nigeria, only 2 regions in Nigeria could be president. That's how Nigeria works.
That's because we made it so. Because we made it so. That's what we agreed. We agree. When we keep discussing that he has to come from the south or from the north, we are making it easier for them. I don't care where the president comes from. I don't care who, she. I don't care. Come and tell us how we can move from where we are to the next level.
But
Show
I
me.
do care.
By so doing, we have somebody that will come from north, south, east, west to come and challenge their principle rather than challenging the owner. I done before. Now I done before.
But
come and challenge me that what I'm proposing to fix Nigeria, I am wrong. I'm not going to do it. Then I'll listen to you.
Well, as I do care. Do you know why I do care? Because it's not.
That's the problem.
It's not working. I do care.
Why do you care? Why do you care where the president comes from?
Has not helped Nigeria at all. I'm sorry to say this.
And I'm telling you, it's because we make the race so easy for them.
How?
We don't care about the Nigerian. Imagine we spent the last 2 years talking about Biafra or not Biafra, when we're supposed to be grilling people, the potentials.
What do you mean? People protest in Nigeria, but when they protest, they keep getting killed and in jail. That's the reason.
That's life. That is life. That happens in every society. That's the whole struggle.
No
society that is devoid of that.
That's false. In Nigeria, it's worse.
Because we agree for what I see. These people that we are accusing every day, they spring from, we produce them. They went to the same school with the same school that we have in our community, the same church, they eat the same food. They are our brothers and sisters, fathers, we know them. They are not strangers. Now we breed them. That's our product. That's the best we can offer as a society. Those are the best we can offer.
Nigeria's can have the same problem Ethiopia is having right now. Nigeria's can have the same problem Ethiopia is having. That's it. The event Nigeria can have that if Nigeria don't get their ass straight. I'm sorry to say this.
We are that. We keep saying that's me and you. We are Nigerians. It is our fault. Our action and inaction is making these people to live larger than life.
Yeah, but we gotta have a
plan. We make the rain look so easy. We spend the last 2 months determining whether Nigeria will remain one or not. As soon as they decide to quench that fire down, they give us another topic. It must come from south. That is so easy. When are we going to see a southern man and a Fulani man go head to head on policies and principles rather than now our turn, no be our turn?
But
when now we will make an happen. Until we stop pushing the narrative of the person must come from here, these people will never take us serious. I want to see a Fulani man stand with an Igbo man, with a Yoruba man, tearing Nigeria apart policy-wise. That's what I want to see. Not say, oh, he's from here, now they are done, we'll be there, he's young, he's old.
We cannot deceive our people back home. We can't deceive them every time. We have to
have a plan. It doesn't matter you either back home or whatever.
A good promise. This is war. This is bull crap. We have a plan. Can deceive our people back home. They
can't have a plan. How can their plan is to make sure the presidency go to one section? That is the only plan. And that is what we are demanding from them.
How long we've been saying it for
that is the plan they have for us. The president must go to one section of the country. That is the plan we are asking from them. And that is what we are going to get.
So people die to kingdom come, to Christ come. Come on, man. You know that. You know that.
Charles, what are you saying?
It is not your Charles. It's both of you, really. What are you talking about? I don't think anybody understands.
No, I'm telling him why I don't care where the presidency come from. I don't care. I care about what the person had to offer. And we are making this race easy for them by saying, supporting them, it must come from here. Okay. Why are we making it so easy for them? I don't care where you come from. I want to see two, if you want to go by that, two Fulani, one Igbo, one Yoruba, be on face-to-face debate on policy. Not now when I get time before. Now at home, you are too old, you are too young. You don't.
But we gotta change the system before we change the people.
Who is going to change the system? It has to be me and you. We have to be involved. The system will not just wake up and the system will not change itself. Why should it change? If I'm in the system, I will not change. So you have to make sure that you want it. Go get it. Go get it changed. The first time Buhari came to power, and a gun he used. the second time, now change he bring on. We buy him because that's what we want. We wanted change so bad, and they sell it to us.
All right. Thank you. So Charles, it's a lot more complex than that. What Ovie is saying essentially is that he doesn't especially care for the tribal tone of politics. So he's not championing a Sapele man he's championing a Fulani man. We know that because he's been captured by the Fulanis. But what Ovie is saying is that essentially what is best for the country is more important than where the person that sits on the seat comes from. And this is a lesson that should be learned in the East, especially, who amongst all are the most tribal in their tonality of politics. So that's why they don't really advance much in politics. They're just so tribal, so tribal.
No, I believe they used to believe in the truth. It's just that all Nigerians don't want to hear the truth. They want to say people false promises that hasn't worked for 36 years. That's why people are dying for the false promise. How could Tinubu go in Lagos and give people money just to vote for him? Rubbish. In a modern society, we're doing that. We're acting like pigs. This is a modern world. We're normally in the 18th century. Nigeria must go up and live in a modern society.
Charles the para.
Charles is charged up. He's charged up.
Angry. I feel your pain, Charles. I feel your pain.
All right. All right. Thank you, VA. So, as ever we do, VA, it always almost comes to blows because he's just he frustrates me, but I frustrate him too. So I think it's equal measures. I don't see it the way he's painting it.
Nigerian are serious matter.
Yes, Nigerian
are serious matter.
Yes. Thank you, Ovie. Ovie, let's go on to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is still with us. Ajanle Koko, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So this data that came out, Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week than any other week in 2022. This comes off the tail of Lucky Irabo telling us that things will never be as bad as they once were. So this is the sort of news that we were looking to hear. But then there's a proviso to this. They are saying essentially they are collating this from newspapers. So newspaper incidents of reports of killings has gone down, essentially, is what this newspaper is saying. And they've been tracking it week by week just to see how that space is. So I say only, but even one is too much. But in the week gone by, only 10 people died in Nigeria from non-state actors. So what are you making then as making of that then as a development, Ajanle Koko?
I don't know what they are trying to celebrate. They cannot tell us that we still don't have insecurity in Nigeria. So what Irabo is saying is absolutely it's a total absolute nonsense. We don't need that. They don't need to tell us, oh, the death rate or the victim of terrorism has reduced. We want a situation where people will feel secure in every part of Nigeria. People in their villages, people in different towns and across the country, we feel secured. We can travel the way we used to travel, and we go Fulani man will come to Yoruba land and we feel safe, and Yoruba man will go to Fulani land, or Igbo man at Fulani land, or go to Fulani village to transact business, to buy some yam or buy some pepper, and a Fulani man comes to Igbo land to buy palm oil, and we can feel safe among ourselves. That is what we want. So for them telling us this is just, to me, it doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense at all. And they won't, there are a lot of cases behind the scene that we won't know. It won't even get to the government. People be killed, or people are kidnapped, or people went and settled themselves and get their family member that were kidnapped released, they pay ransom. They will not say anything. So it's total nonsense. I don't know the reason for the celebration. I don't know the reason for them to tell this. We want to action speak louder than voice.
But is it not action that they are speaking to, that there's a decline in reported cases of killings by non-state actors? Surely that is good news.
It's not a good news. You cannot believe these people. These people have told us several things in the past that came out to be untrue. before what do you call this? Boko Haram leader Abubakar Shakau was killed. They reported several times that he has been killed. Nigerian army came out and make a public statement that they have killed Abubakar Shakau, only to turn out later that it was a big lie. Only for Abubakar Shakau, after they have announced his death, to turn out in a video and, show to the world that he's still alive. So we cannot trust them. We can't trust people that are serving in this administration, either in uniform or in civilian clothes. Whatever they're telling us, we cannot trust them because they have the antecedent of lying to the nation, dishing out propaganda and manipulating the system. So we don't want that now. We want every part of the country. We want until when the terrorists are eliminated, until when the bandits across the northern part of Nigeria are eliminated, until when my people at Igongon and Abeokuta and Egbado, until when they feel safe, until when they can return to their villages. We have Nigerians that are living in Republic of Benin, that their villages have been taken over by Fulani, that have been driven out of their villages in Ogun State, and these people are in refugee camp in the Republic of Benin. We have Nigerians, the people from Borno State, that are in Niger, have been driven out of their villages. They live in Niger. Some camp are in what's the name of the other? Chad. Nigerians are in refugee camps there.
Even in Cameroon.
Even in Cameroon, we have almost 2 million people in IDP camp in Benue State. So what are they talking about? We are still not safe. Nigeria cannot sleep with their 2 ISIS in their houses. So what are they talking about? It's just a way. It's just a way to, to manipulate the people, to carry out propaganda and show to people that, oh, look, we are getting safer than before. The government is doing better, and let's have confidence in the government so that they can use that prior to the election time and win election again. Nigerians are very cheap people. They don't ask questions. The media in Nigeria that's supposed to be mouthpiece of the people, they are compromised. They're supposed to be in the front, challenging this administration, questioning them, asking questions, and speaking the position of people. They don't do it, and that is why you can see them like. Where did they make? Is it a written statement, or is it did they come out to address the to address the press, or it's just
it's a report by a newspaper called Premium Times. So what this newspaper has been doing is that they've been tracking reports of recorded incidents that has made the newspapers of killings in Nigeria. So they are reporting that on a weekly basis. Okay, let me give you.
When did they start that?
Oh, okay. Let me give you in their own words. It says, Premium Times has since November last year been compiling weekly the killings by non-state actors. Only incidents reported in the media are included in the compilation. Thus, unreported cases are not included. So what they have been doing, Premium Times, is to gather all of the incidents that are recorded in dailies or in the media space over the course of a week and present it as this is the number of recorded incidents of killings that took place in the country. And they've then, through from November last year till now, arrived at now this conclusion that there's a slowing down in killings by non-state actors. Actually, they recorded only 10 people last week, but 8 out of those 10 were actually recorded to banditry. 2 of those deaths were recorded to localized incidents, and one of them was some person that was burnt in Anambra for stealing mobile phones. So yes, that's how they arrived at that.
Well, this is we cannot get the right data until when you have a country where the security operative comes out to tell us on daily basis or at any time that incident occur and give it out to the nation. That is when we can know the right, we can get the right record. But you know, I don't believe in what this daily is telling us. We can't believe in it. We can't believe in it.
All right. But I suspect that Lai Mohammed will try to leverage that and go around making noise. But Osinbajo now in charge of Nigeria, Buhari says, as he flies to the United Kingdom for a medical checkup. So he has now reinvested his confidence in YEMI Osinbajo after what YEMI Osinbajo did the last time that he handed over power to him. YEMI Osinbajo having the temerity to start to try to run the country properly. Do you think now that Buhari has put YEMI Osinbajo in charge again, do you think he will make the same mistake of trying to run the country properly? Do you think he will make that mistake again, Ajale Koko?
Well, I don't know how he's going to govern for 2 weeks, or is it govern or rule? I don't know how he will rule this Nigeria for 2 weeks. And 2 weeks, I don't think it's too long. 2 weeks we expire in few days time. So I don't think I don't see any meaningful.
But will he do anything to rock the boat? Remember the last time he was put in charge, he was sacking people and appointing people. He appointed Walter Onoge, and they had to go all the long way around to get rid of him. He put Peter Ofenaya in charge of the EFC DSS, haven't sacked Daura, and all of this behavior. This was what he did the last time they put him in charge, trying to run the country the proper way. But will he be silly enough to do that again?
Well, we will see.
He did the right thing.
Yeah, but will he be silly enough to do the right thing again? You saw how they punished him for doing that.
So,
go ahead.
You want to say something?
I'll talk after you, boss.
Okay, all right. So, I think it's we have to wait and see how he will act if situation crop up, if situation that demand for presidential action crop up. That is when we will know if he will actually act as a person in charge or as a dummy. So we don't have to speculate on what is going to, we cannot speculate on what he's going to do now. It's very wrong of us until when there's a challenge for his action. That is when, but I believe that if actually is true that he handed over the leadership of the country to him, I believe he will act in the best, to the best of his capacity. I believe he will surely act, and I think we'll leave it like that because we cannot speculate on what we don't know. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. So,
All right. Ajanle Koko, this is a space that we have often speculated on. Just throughout all of the interactions, in often instances, we speculated to this space, but we now have it with some authority now. This is something that it probably does not come as a surprise to you, but how do you digest it? More Nigerians suffering mental illness due to hardship. So it's a psychiatrist that is saying this, and it's the lead psychiatrist in Nigeria, the one that heads their association, president of the Nigerian Psychiatric Association. He's the one saying this, that more Nigerians suffering mental illness due to hardship. So this comes as no surprise, I am sure. But how do you digest that information? And do you think that you do have to have something, a screw loose somehow, to be able to function within the Nigerian space?
one man, I believe totally in that information. And the reason is this. It is natural that when human being is going through hardship, a very serious economic hardship, particularly, that no opportunity is open to you to no opportunity is open to eliminate that hardship, or no rescue from anywhere to handle that hardship. Definitely, you will have a very serious. You will go through a very mental or traumatic mental problem. You might not tell anybody, but it is natural that when human beings are going through hardship, it affects their mental balance. That is why we see that in advanced country where we live, they won't allow their citizen to go through an extreme hardship. They always have program to help people out of hardship, because when people are going through hardship that they cannot help, they don't have the capacity to help themselves out of it, they can resort to, they will have some kind of mental imbalance, and which may trigger them to doing something very, very, very bad that will affect the community, affect the people that are close to them in the community, or affect themselves. Some people, we have seen situations when people are going through hardship, they have to commit suicide because it's been so traumatic.
There's a spike in suicide rates, especially they seem to have picked the Third Mainland Bridge as their favorite spot. They're just jumping off that bridge, they have now police manning it now. Either talking people down, just it's almost on a weekly basis now. Just the Nigerian male is somewhat emasculated now. Everybody now in Nigeria, they are hiding in their wife's purse. Yeah, ìyá sílé fún mi 2,000 bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, èló ló ní lọ́wọ́ ẹ, jẹ́ ká pín sí méjì. Not because he's unwilling to work, but there's no opportunities for work. There's no business or enterprise. If you're not connected, you get nothing. And then you're having to lower and lower and lower. This all weighs psychologically on people. It's just a brutish, a grueling, and a relentless system. You're spoken to anyhow. You are pushed around. you are debased, you are diminished, and then you start to, you start to lower yourself somewhat because it's just vested on you constantly. So you can see why there. I mean, you don't even need a psychiatrist to tell you this. Just look at the landscape, and you already know. You cannot be normal and live in Nigeria. How can that be? You cannot be normal now.
Impossible.
It's impossible. You cannot be a no.
Do you know,
You will be dead.
is it about 4 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago? There is this bus driver in Lagos that is it Liceman or something that stopped the guy. So they were gonna like tow the guy's bus away. Do you know this guy set himself on fire?
Yeah, but
So
D,
and
do you
reactions like
think
that
it's
even
that
in a civilized
yeah, but D,
nation, they are gonna section you
it's not hearing me. Are you hearing me,
straight
D?
up
Are you hearing me,
after
D?
treat. He sets himself on fire.
D, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was just going to interject that it wasn't them towing his car away that he set himself on fire for. It's the build-up of everything that's been happening to him months
Happening
and
to him.
months
Yeah,
and
yeah,
months.
yeah, I
And
know.
then
Yeah, that's part of
that was the crescendo now.
yeah, of course, yeah, because I think he lost his job.
Hmm.
Then somebody just gave him that boss. Somebody just gave him that boss to be using to at least make ends meet to sort himself and his family. So those nice man came and they were gonna tow the boss away. They say he just set himself on fire. And you look at that, that's some mental case. In a civilized, after treating him, they're gonna section him. But that will happen. A lot of people do a lot of things on the road in Nigeria, in the offices, everywhere that you can tell is mental health issue. But because in Nigeria, that awareness, there is no awareness for mental health. A lot of people don't even believe in it.
But Ovie is saying is the normal in Nigeria because everybody is functioning on that level of derangement. So that is actually you know how aggressively Nigerians communicate to each other, especially in places like Lagos. You want to buy something in a shop, and it's almost like a fight even to request it. That Fumimbe, you know that, and just you know. So it's because it's I was reading this narrative of some young people that they borrowed money from the bank to set up a farm. So they've planted, they were about to harvest, everything looking rosy. So these herdsmen come up and they savage the entirety of that farm. The bank, they want their money back. They've used all manners of collateral. Nobody wants to hear about the herdsmen savaging your bank. And then, of course, these young men, they were starting to have suicidal thoughts. So you cannot be normal and live in Nigeria. It's just not possible. And
So
you see it from Nigerians that come from Nigeria to abroad. It always takes about 6 months for them to shake off, to you have to rebuild them to civilized ways. I've seen people running across pedestrian crossing when the car is obliged to stop for you, they'll be running. You know that they are already new from Nigeria. You'll be running. I think you call that pelican crossing in America, whatever it is, pedestrian crossing. When they like, oh God,
Muhammad,
yeah.
uh, 2 years down the line, some people still do it. You're talking about 6 months. It's part of some people and can never leave.
Yes.
It's mental damage. We really suffer mental illness in Nigeria. I would say the doctor give a statistics because for me, I would say 90% of Nigerians are.
No, he said 60% that.
I don't even think it's right. Because you see, even that doctor, if you look at him very well, if they go through a psycho evaluation for him,
he's no normal. He's no normal.
Yeah, you see, let me tell you some things. You see, sometimes you see doctors, when you begin to relate with mad people, sometimes you act mad to the normal person. So you too, you're getting a brain damage through association. So it's just a problem that we need to help ourselves out. And for some reason, I don't really know how that is going to work. It's going to take a long time, but we have to try,
You see, I posited a conundrum to Ego the other day, and he did not quite get the point that I was making. That if you started off in, let's say, Oregon, and you are traveling to Victoria Island and you are having to go by public transport and you have to change transport twice or 3 times in the course of that journey because there's no one bus that goes there. That if you come onto that bus a normal man in Oregon, by the time you get to Victoria Island, you'll be a raving lunatic. You'll be a raving lunatic now because they would have brutalized you.
Like twice.
Yeah, you would have fought conductors, you would have fought your fellow passengers. Some girl that say you are rubbing against her the wrong way, some person that is trying to dip his hand into your pocket, all of this and everything, and then they are tying you together for your change that you go and sort yourself out. They give you 5. You will be a madman by the time you get to Victoria Island. Nigeria is
or somebody trying to buy bottled water out of the window and rubbing their hand on your face.
You know. And there's some culture as well now. Some people they dress up like some pastor, like something, and then they come out to these buses and they start to pray, and then you look at the guy and he looks so wild and gone.
One month, let me tell you something. My father-in-law is in Nigeria presently. He left like 4 days ago. He planned to stay for 4 months, but he's saying he's not sure he's going to make it 1 month. Everything there is upside down for him. This is a man in his he's close to 70, and he spent over 30 years here going and coming. But he said this time that it's really difficult. Everybody's looking up to him for everything. Everybody's, he's just crazy. He said he has never seen Nigeria like this all his life. I'm like, no, just try. Maybe after 1 month, you'll be used to them and you might like to stay for 6 months. He started insulting me. But I know where he's to be. I know I'm just trying to push him out because after like 2 months now, he will start making some phone calls. Come and send me money for a flight ticket.
Nigerian situation is, a lot of people are going through a mental problem in that country. And it is normal when you see in a society where there's hardship, economic hardship, insecurity, abject poverty, no good health services, no good school for children, you can't eat good meal. It will affect your mental capacity. There's no way you can escape it. That it will affect your mental capacity. So let's take for example, during the time of COVID, do you know the kind of traumatic disorder that Nigerians went through during the time of COVID?
Yeah, he cited that as well. He cited that in his
mental torture, severe one.
Look, the lockdown, no financial assistance for the people, no help for the people, businesses, no help for them, no financial assistance for businesses, everybody run at loss. Do you know a lot of people that killed themselves during that period that we didn't have a statistic for it as a result of running down completely? They lost everything they got. There are people that works on daily basis. When they don't work one day, they can't get anything to eat. And you lock down for 2 weeks. And here in advanced country where we live, everybody was giving money. Businesses were giving money, assistance, loan, and everything, grant. What is it that you want to talk about? Every family was giving money, as a form of assistance to help people so that they can buy food, so that they can eat, while the state, the country was on lockdown. But it's not like that in Nigeria. So hardship and abject poverty together, economic hardship, abject to everything, the worst of the worst is what you get in Nigeria. And you say people will not have mental problem. They will surely they surely be going through mental disorderliness. You can hardly talk. There's nowhere you will go in Nigeria that you see them talking gently with each other. They yell, they shout.
Everywhere, you just see everybody yelling. If you go to port, if you see the way they act,
and that includes
it's
parents.
just
That includes parents to child. By the way, Ajanle Koko, the way some parents, they just you just shout.
everywhere. A teacher, you see police. Everybody is angry. Something is causing that,
Well,
and it's a mental problem.
even in church, the way they pray in church too is in violence.
Lord Michael.
Do you know in Jerusalem? My dad went to Jerusalem. So my dad said they were in the church and they were praying. They were praying for hours. People were shouting and shouting. That's how all these guys came into the church and said, why are you people shouting? Then you guys have been here for hours. If you don't do more than 1 hour, then you go, then you don't shout. Why are you shouting? That don't they see, even if Jesus wants to pray, he goes to the quiet mountainside and pray quietly. That's how the guy chased everybody out of the church in Jerusalem.
One man, I believe in that report too. I believe the figure should be higher than that. 60% is lower. It's higher than
just
that.
being nice.
Yeah.
All right. So you have to be a lunatic to be a Nigerian, is what we are concluding.
There's no way you will go there. There's nothing you want to go and do in Nigeria that you won't have to act crazy to achieve it. Right from the airport. The moment you land in airport, you must start acting crazy.
Somebody was saying to me that the shortest way to get yourself arrested in Nigeria is to be stopped by a policeman and be speaking English in the manner that we speak it here, because you will irritate them and they will think you are trying to be cute, and they will just arrest you. That you say they don't. You have to go. You have to go. Our guy waiting now. Can it be a hand? That's what. That's to say. Oh, so officer, I do beg your pardon. What do you mean? I do beg your pardon? You wait till they will. Oh God!
They will call themselves and say lawyer. They will say you're a lawyer.
Yeah, they will say the Zoological Republic. I think that they can those words are started to echo the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. This is it. But speaking on Nnamdi Kanu, we've spoken to this space oftentimes, Ajanle Koko, but it looks as though your man, Omoyele Sowore, is now using it as one of his marquee political campaign spaces. Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos, is what Sowore is saying, as one of his marquee policy positions. So what are you making of that? He says Nigeria needs a revolution of total freedom, and Nigeria should apologize to the Igbos for the monumental injustices meted on them. So monumental injustices meted on them. So there's a standalone of the Biafran narrative, but succeeding years, you cannot say that anything of any real monument has been meted on them. But Sowore using that as one of his campaign planks. So what are you then making of this road being trodden by Omoyele?
Yeah. I think what he was saying there is that if he becomes the president of Nigeria, we apologize to Igbo on behalf of Nigerian state for the killing and mistreatment of Igbo during the Biafran War and the recent killing in Igbo land by Nigerian soldiers. I think they deserve it. They deserve to be apologized to as part of the country that have been, brutally, brutally, I don't know what to say. During the war, Nigerians brutalized the East. They killed a lot of people there. Not only the Easterner, not only the Easterner, even the people from the South.
Yeah, even the Midwest. Remember Saba massacre out of nothing.
Yes, even the Midwest, and the people from the South, because, you know, other than the Midwest, all the South then, they were all the Biafra. South, and the East, they're all the Biafra. So Nigerian state need to apologize to them so that they can see themselves as part of the country, so that maybe they can forgive and forget. You know, I haven't seen the state apologize for the wrong thing that they have done to them. And Shobore is once again telling us that, look, I will lead like a leader. I will not brutalize you anymore. I will apologize on behalf of the nation, and I will do everything to absorb you into Nigerian state and work together in unity as a nation and not a country, but a nation, because Nigeria now is just a country. It's just a geographical expression. We are not a nation. So if you are a nation, you won't see the military going after the citizen of the country or any part of the country at all. Killing. Military does not kill citizens of their country. Military kills enemy of their country. So Igbo people are not enemy of that country. No part of Nigeria that is enemy of should be seen as enemy of the country for the military to go after. So Shore saying that, I think he's saying it right. I will recommend to him that they should make it a law in Nigeria that never again should military be sent on any assignment against any Nigerian. Within Nigeria, military should not be sent on any assignment to crush anything. Police should be empowered to do their job. It's an internal affair. When we have internal affair, it is the police responsibility to quell it. I mean, to quell any kind of internal insecurity. It shouldn't be the responsibility of the military. The military should specifically do the job of securing the territorial integrity of the nation. No more, no less.
You know, I'm not sure I'm of the thought that the Nigerian nation necessarily owes the East an apology. I think the Biafran war, the narrative of it is a no victor, no vanquished sort of space. You said who did what first, but it played out how it played out, and there's been sufficient enough of a time that has passed for that to have faded in history, and there's been a reabsorption of the East back into the Nigerian fold. So there's been that, and in the preceding years, in the rather succeeding years, there's been no opportunity that's been denied the East, and I feel that the Nigerian state has over-facilitated for the East, being a tiny little sliver of a space, but being continuously corseted and looked after by the Nigerian state. 5-6 states in that small geographical space, infrastructure after infrastructure, and yet it's constant, relentless belly aching. I think it's time for them just to pack it in. Just pack it in.
Let me tell you one man. When the military of a particular country is used against a particular section in that country to kill the citizen of that same country in a particular section of country.
When did this happen? Are you talking about the Biafran war?
No, I'm talking about what happened recently. The killing of Igbos, the killing of those they call as gunmen. I mean, innocent.
What documentation do we have of that? You know, that's very much the East leading that narrative.
No. Even the state, Nigerian state, called them. What do they call them? They call them unknown gunmen, right? They call them unknown gunmen. And killing unknown gunmen, they send a lot of Nigerian troops there that kill a lot of people.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
Yes, we know this. We are hearing the report
It's in the media.
It's in the media space.
Even till today,
Media space.
This.
You see,
Nigerian state.
These are unsubstantiated reports led from the east. This is an eastern narrative.
Just the same way you said NSAS was unsubstantiated.
Who said that?
You.
And where did I say that?
Station, you and Jafar. I cannot forget that day.
No. I never
Still
said
in my memory.
NSAS was unsubstantiated.
Because you guys were playing.
Are you part of the traumatized that the psychiatrist was talking about? Do you need what's wrong with that?
You did it.
But
I did not.
You are going again.
I did not, though.
Why disagree with you? I'm happy that a Yoruba guy is saying this. I'm happy he's saying this.
He's saying what?
See,
I always speak the truth.
See, the truth set you. I keep saying the truth always come out. And the truth has come out. Thank God.
Yeah, but what truth is coming out? What truth is coming out? Because a lot of the and this is not. Firstly, to say that the military should not be used against the civilian population, because the military, they're essentially trained for war situation and they're not meant for domestic policing or domestic spaces. So that's the one thing. But then to add on that Nigeria does not have sufficient enough of police officers to manage the security of the country, and that is why they often instances bring in the military. So that is the other thing. But the narrative of what the military carry out in the southeast, and by the way, it's not unique or peculiar to the southeast. They go to the north and savage and ravage. The savage, I think it's only Yoruba land that they've not excessively savaged and ravaged so far. So this is just their template, but it's not unique to the southeast. Yep. And then also, to the degree that it has happened. So that degree that it has happened is the degree that it has happened that has been told us by the southeast. So it's a southeastern narrative. All these things that we hear essentially, because it is what is coming out of there and it's not being debunked. So we are having to take it verbatim from them.
If you look at the Igbo's areas, why is that every time the house keep burning? It happened in Lagos. In past time, the Igbo area was bombed in Lagos.
When was the Igbo area bombed?
In Lagos, it happened.
When did you see? This is the thing now. Remember when they come here and they were telling us they were flying fighter jets and bombing?
Are you going to say Obigbo never happened?
Yeah, but I'm going to say that.
I don't know that it did happen.
So
or to
people
what
say
degree.
they know, you keep quiet and listen to them. Don't argue
but
that it's a
who is saying?
narrative.
Who is saying it? When people say it, who are those people saying it?
Nigeria is saying it. If the news
what do you make? Oh no, come on now.
Channels news can carry it. Who are you to say no? Channels that will even say they support Nigerian government.
But I think cannot be.
Why are you always doing this? It's a wrong thing to do.
No. We are interrogating. No. I'm condemning it if it did happen, but to what degree? Because you cannot have the victim.
If Ajale Koko is saying it, is Ajale Koko from the east?
Yeah, but when is Ajale Koko sourcing? What is?
So why would it be only you?
Where are you sourcing? I did. When did I say? You see, you're putting words in my mouth.
This is what you are saying now. That is only a narrative.
No. I'm saying to what degree did it happen? Because what we're hearing happened in Odigbo was essentially what the indigents of that space told us happened.
Are you trying to tell me now that people who lost their people will come out and just lie?
Are you completely just dismissal of the possibility that there would be embellishment just to enhance it? Would there be embellishment?
I am pretty sure, and I know that the military went in there to kill people. There are videos, there are evidence. Even the governor of Rivers State said it. Even the governor of Imo State is still saying it. And he came on TV to boast that he was going to send in the military to bomb people. How can a governor open his mouth to say he will bomb people from his own state?
I did not hear that. What I heard was
him saying... So do your research and don't argue what you don't know. But people are saying, if you want them to give you evidence, ask for proof. Don't come online and say you do not believe.
I'm saying to what you cannot have them tell a tale and then you take it just verbatim now.
The people who are doing it are telling you they are doing it. You are arguing for them that they are not doing it.
The Nigerian
What do you
army
think
is
of
telling
that?
you that they are massacring in Igbo land. Is that what you're?
Of course.
They're saying?
What does it mean when you kill people in hundreds? What does it mean?
Why Solo is saying it because Solo is realizing Nigeria people are lying to themselves. They want to hear the truth.
Huh?
I think the reason why Solo is saying because Solo is realizing Nigeria lying to themselves. That's what Solo is speaking out. Because Wam is a good example.
No, I'm just saying that because it's very easy for me to also jump on board. Now, what will be more popular than for me to jump on board and say, let's launch against them? But that's not really being honest.
That is not what I want you to do. What we're just discussing and finding a way out. We condemn evil. We are cautioning both parts. What we have to do is, okay, these people have done this. It's a bad act. The military, it's not. We cannot stop the military, can we? We can only talk and people will learn from us. And we can even educate our people how to avoid these things from happening. All we need to look is, okay, this has been done. Oh, these people, I pity them. What led to it? How can we avoid such situation that the military will not come the next time? Or how can we stop it? That is what we need to do. Not to say we do not believe the story. It's a narrative.
I accept Ajale Koko's assertion that the military should not be used to manage a civilian space because they have no control or even the training for that. But I'm not accepting verbatim the narrative from the East that XYZ happened because we know often the narrative from the East is
further by doing your own research, so you will really understand the pains the people are going through. I'm not trying to hold brief for anybody, but I just need you to feel the pains because put yourself in their position. God forbid this will never happen to any of us directly, but what if it's one of us? Is this what we're still going to be saying? Do you know people are still grieving about the answers that it's painful that when you lost somebody will come on the news and tell you nobody died, which means your lost one is nothing, and you expect people to be normal. You expect them not to go crazy. So this is part of the problem. We live in denial, and sometimes some of us who are educated, who are supposed to correct this unruly behavior, we kind of because we want to play neutral, we hold brief for them and we give them the effrontery to do more next time.
One man, Ajale Koko. Can I seek your indulgence, please, to ask Charles and Lord Michael? We good evening, everyone. Yeah, we were here, Lord Michael. If you are Nigerian president or one of the Southeast governor, and we were here when one man showed us some guys in a Sienna and some buses with weapons going to the filling station, fill up their car with the gas, going to the grocery in the filling station, pick up some few things, lamenting outside the filling station that they are National Guard or something. They are going to declare something. They are going to war. If you are a president of a nation, will you sit down and fold your arms and just let them be and not go out there and protect the protect the citizen of the country?
Okay, can I tell you
what I'm saying?
I know what you are saying. Let me just give it to you straight. What if I tell you that was just a covert operation and that was just some acting, that the government sponsored that rubbish? Have you heard of that?
Jesus Christ.
No, calm down. Listen to me. Have you heard of that?
That is where the problem is. That is where the problem is right there. That is where the problem.
Let me ask you this. What are you going to say about the DSS man that the police shot and killed?
But you haven't answered my question. You haven't answered my question.
No,
who are the National Guard?
No, Mike, let me ask you, Tom.
So that operation, have you seen them again? If these people were real, they would still be in existence. That is what I'm saying.
No.
Who are these unknown government?
Lord Michael, what are you telling me? What you are telling me categorically is that Nigerian government stage these people and Nigerian government go after them to kill them.
See, what is happening is that yes, some people are aggrieved, but some of these things are government connotations. It has been proven,
I give
right?
up. One man, let's move on.
No.
You don't know. I know the space, so I know what I'm telling you.
No.
What about the policeman who shot the DSS man? Who they say they were unknown gunmen? After killing the man, before that he was
what you just did there, Lord Michael, is exactly where the problem is in that Eastern narrative, and that is why people are so distrustful of it. We've had hold on, let me make this point. Let me make this point, and then you can disagree. We've had several instances on this platform when people will come here and tell us that the unknown gunmen are as also these people that you are describing, they've come here to tell us that the unknown gunmen in the southeast are actually Fulani men that are acting as fifth columnists in order to paint the southeast bad. So this is the sort of things that we hear, and that is why people are distrustful. Hold on, Thomas. And that is why people are distrustful of that narrative from that space, and that is what underpaints my somewhat that's why I'm not surrendering to that space completely.
Okay, can I tell you why? Can I tell you why real quick? Do you know why people said some of those unknown gunmen are Fulani people? When they killed some and unmasked them, they were Fulani people. So that is why people say they are Fulani people. This so-called BNG, you are saying, if you were talking about Eastern Security Network, yes, everybody knows who they are. But who is BNG? They are not even the people who people know as Biafrans. So that is why everybody believes this is a government connotation to condemn, name them and blame them. Because if today
and the unknown gunmen state actors too.
They are not state actors. See, let me tell you, they are not state actors.
Who are they?
Even these so-called IPOB people, they even condemn unknown government to a point. Because unknown government will kill police, unknown government will kill even the Biafrans too.
Well, the unknown gunmen are known gunmen, and they are called ESN. They are called ESN.
No, they are not ESN. No, they are not ESN. ESN does not masquerade. ESN will do something, and then the kind will come out on will tell you we did this. Do you remember when the DSS was killed? Do you remember when
you don't answer my question?
And the DSS man dressed like unknown government.
Lord Michael, did you answer my question?
No, I'm not here to defend
Lord Michael.
Wait, listen.
Lord Michael.
I'm not here to
can you listen to me?
Any wrong doing. But
Lord
what you are saying is,
can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
No, Lord, let me help you because Thomas and Woman is not getting.
Can you answer this question? I said, if you are the Nigerian president, will you fold your arms and saw people carrying arms and they are saying they are going to attack somewhere and you will keep quiet? You didn't answer my question.
Let me answer you as a Nigerian president now. If I'm a Nigerian president, it will not get to the stage where non-state actors will carry arms, because I will make sure everything goes well. I will make sure before it gets to a point where civilians or non-state actors will carry arms, we will negotiate and make everything right.
Oh, Michael, let me answer Thomas. You see, Thomas is not getting it. Nigeria government was the one who started the killing. That's why the killing for. That's why you guys are being biased, and that's what's so saying the truth. That's why Nigeria can't stop the decisions. They can't stop the lying, this nonsense. Them to the truth. Stop the team. The team who started the killing. That's the reason.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
I touch people who are lying. I touch people saying the truth. Thank God bless the guy saying the truth. He will
All right, thank you, Charles. So just to go back to the topic at hand, I don't think the Nigerian government especially owes the Southeast an apology. But because what is happening in the Southeast is no different from what is happening to a vast swathe of the country. But there it is. But Adanle Koko, just start carrying on there. Yeah.
Let me tell you one man. Nigerian state need to apologize to the Easterner, and not only to the Easterner, but to other parts of Nigeria where Nigerian state have sent military that kill Nigerians
with brutal use of force. We have seen it. Even this, is it Transparency International or what this organization? I can't remember that. It's an international body. Is it transparent or there's this organization that
Transparency International?
Is it Transparency? Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's Amnesty. Amnesty.
Yes, Transparency International.
Is it Amnesty? Is it Amnesty International? Maybe it's Amnesty. They have accused Nigerian military of extrajudicial killing and the use of brutal force against people.
Is that in the southeast or in the northeast and everywhere else? Because they accuse them nationally.
You are saying you don't believe what is coming from. So, but these people accuse Nigerian military specifically. Nigerian military is what they accuse of killing Nigerian in such a brutal, with the use of brutal force, and I mean, there is nothing stopping them. They continue killing every day, and they are acting under the instruction of Mr. President. They killed what do you call these people? What is the name of this really? Shiite. Openly.
Okay, you're making my point, but carry on.
Hold on, one man. You believe that, right?
Yes.
Hold on, one man.
I believe it. Yeah, carry on, but you're making my point. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, you believe it. They killed a lot of people in villages in the north. You believe that?
Yes.
So they kill people in the east.
Yes.
You don't believe that?
No, I believe it, but
okay. So what's your point, one man? What is your point? Why are you saying, oh, it's coming from a report from the east? We cannot believe that. We cannot totally. Nigerian military. They are killer squad. Nigerian military is a killer squad. They kill Nigerians every day at every part of the nation. But what we have seen that Showore is talking to, that he will apologize to the Biafra, to the Igbos. It's a good step in the right direction. Nigeria need to apologize to all part of the nation that have been killed by the military.
So that
because
is my
it's Nigerian state that failed. Nigeria failed to protect Nigeria. It's not the job of the military to do that. It's the job of the police. But what will they see? The police that are supposed to do the job are the one carrying jollof rice in the party everywhere. Politicians have them around them as the gate man, as their driver, as the security. One politician will have about 4 security or 6 security officers around him all the time. Across the country, that's why you see chairman have, councillor have, rep have security. Everybody have, so there's no security. So who failed the people? Is criminals you have in power that failed us, and that is why the president have to send the military that's supposed to defend the territorial integrity of the country to the Igbo land to kill them, just because they are agitating for self-determination.
What was that the instruction to go there and kill them?
What is military meant for? What is the job of the military? Do you think anytime that the military are stepping out of their barrack for an assignment is to kill?
Was that the instruction to go there?
That is the instruction. That is the instruction, one man. Go there and kill. Come on, one man. One man. Let me tell you, when military are going on assignment, what do you think they send them to do? For peace? They don't send military out for peace. They don't send them out for peace. Okay, they send them out, go and secure that plane. And what that means, secure that place, kill and secure. Secure it by all means. That is the instruction.
Exactly.
Not by negotiation, no, not by diplomacy. Just do whatever it takes and secure that place. And what that means to the military is kill and secure and take over the place. That is what they did in the Greek. That is why you see somebody that is a right leadership that we should all support for the position of president, speaking in this direction, that I will apologize to them because it's the country that failed them. If I become the president of Nigeria, I will apologize to them. So that
is he going to apologize to the Northeast too? Is he going to apologize to the Shiites?
He will surely do that. He will surely do that. He will surely do that.
What about the people in the Middle Belt? What about the people? Will he apologize to them too?
He will surely do that.
Oh, okay. So do you not then see what I am saying? You are actually making the points that I am making. Because I am saying that the Southeast does not necessarily, peculiarly, have to be apologized to. Because what Showore is speaking to is a nationwide situation, not unique or peculiar to the Southeast, and not even vested more on the Southeast than the North. They suffer more from military excesses than any other part of the country. They do.
Can I correct you right there?
This.
Woman, if all of us are in this room, we are all feeling headache. If you are the only one that speaks, Panadol will come to you alone. If you are feeling headache and you keep quiet, nobody will know. So don't blame people who speak up. If you have a problem, speak up. Those who speak
but people need redemption. There's now people narrowing down on the conclusion that there's a strong politicking of victim playing in the southeastern part. And it is that because that is what Showore was somewhat lured into with that pronouncement, because he hears a lot of chanting of being vested upon in that from the southeast. So he's then saying we have to apologize to the southeast. But if you look at the data, if you look at the data,
media outlets, and he knows, he has done his research. That is why I tell you, do your research. So you don't just come and give us a blanket statement. Do your research, find out.
Right.
Then if you find out it's false, you say based on what I know, so. Like me, I am worried for the people in Ibarapa. I am worried for the people in Benue State.
Yeah, look at this guy.
I am worried for the people in Kaduna, because these people have lives. This is humanity.
Yes, what about Southern Kaduna? Is he going to apologize to them as well? Is he going to apologize to Southern? What about the people in Benue? Will he apologize to them?
That is what I just said. You see, I always come here to criticize the governor of Benue State. That all he does is just talk. He doesn't do anything for his people. He's doing what we call victim politics. Because I saw some video of recent, how those people live in Tash House. You know the kind of houses they live in IDP camp? The houses with bag of rice that they build with bag of rice and stick. That is where people live. And yet your president will have the temerity to go and give $1 million to Afghanistan.
But if we look at the people that are victims of the Nigerian state, it's not the Igbos, certainly not.
Who are they?
If you look at the headlines, that is how it reads.
Because the Igbos are complaining. They don't want to be like that.
It's victim playing, isn't it? It's victim playing
like that.
So
the narrative I painted to you. If you have headache, you ask for Panadol. If you are okay with your headache, stay there and die with your headache. So you're not going to blame the man for wanting a better life. Why are you in UK? Why did you go to school? Why are you not in you're suffering with them in the farm? You want a better life, and you want that for your kids too. So that people do. Why can't us have better life in Nigeria? Why can't the place be good?
And
Let
it's
us
cheap,
have
and it's cheap politics, by the way, by Sowore making that statement, because he's speaking to an already established political base. So that narrative already established with a mass of numbers in that space. So he's gifting to them their narrative in order to win them on board to his own politicking. So that's
that is
cheap
politics for
politics.
you.
That's cheap.
Woman, what do you want of Showore?
Populist politics.
Woman, why are you always
Populist, yeah.
critical of Showore? Leave Showore alone.
No,
It is the
I'm not.
same you.
No,
It is
let's
the same you
interrogate
that said
everybody now. Yeah.
Showore came, and he came with what he came with last year. He has brought another narrative again. You still want to nail this man down?
No, it's opportunism. Is that not opportunistic? That's opportunism, isn't it?
It is very critical of politicians to exploit a place and expand on it. Let him do that. Tomorrow he will talk about shite. Next tomorrow he will talk about Oyo. Before you know, he will go to Benue State. It's a step. He has finished from 101. This is 102. Allow him go to 103 and 104. Leave that man alone.
All right. All right. I wasn't even expecting that topic to generate that much of a discussion, but there it is. Ajale Koko, back to you.
Yeah. So, people in that country have suffered a lot in the hand of the criminals that we have in uniform. Politician uses them, to kill the citizens anytime the citizens are asking for their right. And that is what played out across the country. The Igbos are well-enlightened people. And when they speak louder than others, they know why they're speaking louder. And their louder voice is being heard all over the country and even across the world. So just like Lord Marcus said, people that don't speak, don't complain, maybe it's good for them. That's why they don't complain. But we that are neighbors to people that don't complain, people that are suppressed by one thing or the other, we that knows why they are suppressed should be able to speak up for them. We saw what happened against the Shiite, the way the Shiite were massacred. That was a massacre, one man. The Shiite were massacred in Nigeria. Why? Why should they be massacred? And we all keep quiet. Who are the people fighting for them? It's we. Is it not Falana? Is it not Sowore and all the rest?
But to be fair, you know the Shiites are somewhat Buhari's people. So there's an element of an internal something within. It may well be like a family affair.
Whether are they not Nigerians?
Nobody will.
Yeah, but they are from.
No, we should not allow it. We should allow it. It's just because they cannot speak for themselves. It's because you saw Igbo shouting loud because they can speak for themselves and they know what is good for them. They know what is not good for them. But these people were suppressed by one thing or the other, religious and other things. But we that saw the incessant killing of these people.
Do you think that the Southerners would especially have cared about the Shiites if it did not lend itself to the narrative that they want to tell? If it did not color that brutality that they want to Buhari and what is doing in what they describe as the Southeast, would they especially have cared about what because like I said, they are from
Yeah, Southerner we clear. So Southerner we speak up for them, particularly those that are, what do we call them? Civil rights organization. So whatever belongs to them. And
Falana is the one handling their legal battle.
Pro bono,
And he's
free
been
of
winning.
charge. Free of charge. No
Free
cost.
of charge. He's the one leading, and he has been winning the federal government on every step of every legal battle against these people.
He's not doing it free of charge, by the way.
He's doing it free of charge for El Zazaki.
That's not free of charge. He's getting the he's getting the profile from it. He's getting the reputational cachet.
What do you mean? What do you mean, one man?
Is it not getting reputational cachet? Is it not getting publicity?
It's a publicity.
Yeah.
He's not taking money from him. You say he's getting publicity.
No, what is getting is what is getting.
He
from
already
it
got
is
the publicity. He already had the name before. He had the name. We know him. Everybody knows. He's just not doing it for the first time. This is not the first time of fighting for people's rights. So, the Nigerian state has committed a lot of, injustices against Nigerian people, and anybody that assumed the position of power this time around should see himself as, assuming a position to solve problem across the country, crisis across the country, and thereby sometimes apologizing and asking for people forgiveness can do the work as well. That can bring the people closer to the position of power. People will, for the first time, see that we have a president that acknowledging the wrongdoing of the government of Nigeria. And because of this reason, let us work with this guy government. It looks like this is the person that sees us as his own people, and let us work for him in the interest of peace for the country. You see, Nigerian people it doesn't require, it's not too hard to apologize. It is not shameful. It's not shameful. It's not something that is too hard to just say, well, I apologize on behalf of the nation. We have to apologize to ourselves. Any leader that assumes must apologize on behalf of this country, on that country, to every part of the nation where injustices have been committed against the people. And then we try to do something, how to compensate people that have been killed. People must be compensated. Huge compensation across the country, because it's the country that failed to protect them. It's the corrupt leadership that's supposed to train the police officer, equip them, the right training, the right equipment, the right pay that were not given to these people. But instead, they have all these people around themselves alone and don't care about the populace across the country. And that's why you see this insecurity at an alarming rate in our country. They are not doing recruitment as they're supposed to. They don't pay them right. They don't equip them right. They don't train them right. And they cause the problem. And we have to apologize and then start doing the right thing. That is the best thing. Showore is the man, and let us give kudos to him. We need somebody that will bring himself down, a president that will bring himself down to our level and bring us closer so that we can forge ahead together as one people. That's my man.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let's go on from you to Thomas as we continue to progress the conversation. So, Thomas, you were wanting to insert into that conversation about Nigeria owing the East an apology. But I feel Nigeria owes an apology, but I'm not sure it's necessarily to the East alone. But regarding the East, I think the country needs to have closure on that Biafran space, which is a predominantly Eastern narrative, but really a national one. So I'm not sure that the East were especially singled out or vested upon, peculiarly by anybody to the point that they stand alone to deserve an apology. But then the popular voice seems to hold to the contrary. But what are your thoughts on that, Thomas?
One man, thank you for having me. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, Adale Koko, for your assertion. I think Nigerian government needs to apologize to all the nations for the failure of what we are facing now. I don't really think they need to apologize to the East as well, but it's not peculiar to that space in the Southeast. Nigerians supposed to apologize to everyone. Um, yeah, and if I can seek your indulgence, one man, I have a question to you and to anybody that is here that will able to answer my question, please. Can I go on, one man?
Yeah, Thomas, you have the floor. Why are you acting like
Yes,
someone?
yeah, no. It's not about what we are
Yeah,
speaking today. So I just
yeah,
want
go
to
on.
add.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm thinking, why can't we do away with all these political parties that we have here and there that are not fit for purpose? That is my question. But I want to make some statistic to back my question so everybody can understand where I'm coming from. In 2019, we have 71 presidential candidates. We have 98 parties. Buhari got 15 million votes. Atiku got 11 million votes. Their total vote, Buhari and Atiku, they got almost 26 million votes. And the total vote casted in that election with all the 71 presidential candidates that came out, the total cast vote is 27 million. So Atiku and Buhari, they took 26.5 million out of 27.3 million of the vote. And the rest of 69 candidates, they share 800,000 votes. Even the third person in that election was Alex, one guy, Alex Nicholas. He got 110 votes. So I'm just thinking, why can't we condense all this party? They should just move to maybe APC or PDP. Then we can have a good conversation. That is my question, one man. I would love you to answer that.
You mean 110,000 votes, not 110
Yes,
votes.
110,000 votes.
All right. You see, the thing is, the INEC, they've set a criteria for a party to be registered. So they've set the criteria that for a party to be registered, it has to meet A, B, C, E, F. You know, so long as you are met the criteria set by INEC and you fulfilled all the requirements to be registered, then you have to be registered. So they cannot, unless they change the constitution and change the goalpost, then you have to be registered. And it is up to INEC then to facilitate for you to politic. So I cannot see, are you asking that people be debarred from being able to exercise their democratic?
But what I mean, I don't say they should be debarred, but to me, it doesn't make sense.
If they are not getting enough votes, then it is left to them to canvass for more votes and expand their parties. And by the way, if they are not getting votes now, but they are still sensitizing to the space, and if they don't get votes now, they can get votes in the future, and their narrative can come up. But what are you suggesting, that they should not be allowed?
No, I don't say they should not be allowed, but to me, for me, it doesn't make any sense to me, because that presidential seat is targeted at these two parties.
Who told you that? How do you mean?
But one man, I just gave you the data.
No, it's not targeted at, no. It's not targeted at them. They are the front-running parties.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so it's not targeted at them. INEC is not saying only APC or PDP can become president. They are saying anybody can become president. Then it is left to you to make that journey to that seat.
So, but you understand what I mean? That
no, I don't.
The rest 69 candidates, they couldn't even get a million.
No. So that speaks to the strength of the two parties, does it not?
That is where I'm going. So that means the parties are not fit for purpose. That's just my
I wouldn't go
complaint.
that far, you know. I mean,
It's just
you know that in theory, maybe not in practice in Nigeria, a political party because this the real narrative I think they are trying to bring forward is the narrative of a wasted vote, because a lot of people use that phrase sometimes, that is a wasted vote. There is no such thing as a wasted vote, because your voting is an act of conscience to say this is what I believe. So, irrespective that only one other person agrees with that thing that you believe and they cast a similar vote, that is still a representation of a line of thought. So it's giving expression to your worldview. That is what your vote is. So I kind of, I mean, I mean, am I misreading it? Does anybody else understand what Thomas is trying to discuss here?
I want
Ajale Koko.
Ajale Kogo to
Yeah,
speak to that.
no,
part.
I
yeah,
think
let's hear
Thomas
from
is saying let's scrap show arrest party.
Yes,
No. I'm not saying that.
That is what you said.
Did
Now.
you?
That is what you said.
Black League.
No, I think on a more serious note, you're trying to say we should have a two-party system because the voting pattern already suggests a two-party system.
Yes,
but I think that is what we run in practice. On paper, it's called multi-party democracy, but in practice, it's really a two-party system.
It's two-party system.
But is that not what obtains globally? Really, is there no? Because I kind of think of a country that doesn't just pretty much pass the baton between two parties. In the United States, in the United Kingdom, and in every country in between, there's usually two juggernaut parties that wrestle the power between the two of them. And then there are other satellite parties for pecuniary interest. I was the other day talking about screaming Lord Such. There's a political party in this country that is called the Monster Raving Looney Party. They've been on the ballot every single election that I can think of. This is actually the name of a political party in the United Kingdom. The Monster Raving Looney Party. Look it up, you'll see it. So they get on the ballot as well. And somebody that just wants to be on the joke, they'll just go and vote for it because they don't believe in. But that's it. It's just that's you know. But is there such a thing to follow on from Thomas's question? Is there such a thing as a wasted vote? Is really what I think we are trying to
No, one man. I think you said it right. That your vote is your conscience. Your vote represents what you believe in and what you stand for. It doesn't matter whether the party you voted for wins or not, but at least you perform your civic right as a citizen to vote for somebody. And that is what matters. If Nigeria is a country that guarantees free, fair election, a lot of Nigerians will be voting against these two parties. All the other parties that you are talking about that, they don't really matter, we should just forget about them. A lot of Nigerians will come out and vote for them. But you see a situation where the politicians will carry out talks on election day to go and harass people in area they know that is not their stronghold to win election. They will go and carry palopo, they go and destroy that place, go and shoot gun and kill people. So people, for the reason of their safety, will sit back. Next time when they go through such kind of trauma, they won't want to go.
Coco, can I ask you, if we know these 69 that I said now, they didn't
we don't
win
have
the
69. We don't have 69 now. It's 13 that they register. Is it 13 or 18 party that we have in?
I'm just talking about the previous one, 2029. If this 69 that doesn't get the vote, and we know they can't win election, so why are we voting for them? Why can't the good people?
No.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Why can't these good people, like Dele Momodu said, he said he has run in separate party and he discovered that nobody can win election aside you are in PDP and APC. That is why he joined PDP. Why can the good people move to these two main party, flood it and make it happen?
Let me give you another example of that space that you're speaking to. There's a Green Party here again in the UK. There's a Green Party. So they speak to environmental issues, etc. So they get a reasonable amount of vote, not sufficient enough to bother any real political party. But during the course of politicking, they put their representatives out to speak to the political debate of the space, to say these are the green issues and this is what we are campaigning on. And in the course of all of that political debate, the green issues are highlighted to the front burner. And when a government comes into a situation, some of those green issues they then take a policy position on. So even that is a form of sensitization. They are never going to take governance at any point in time, but they get, and also the government takes into consideration the number of votes that that party gets. So there's sufficient enough for people to vote for that particular pecuniary strap line to indicate that the concerns are there and a policy position to be wrapped around it. So there's just you see not all of the parties are for governance. They are just to highlight a space, to bring up a narrative, to speak to a particular type of voice, etc.
But one man, what is playing in the UK? He doesn't play in Nigeria now.
It's still politics. It's still people.
It's still politics.
Is it not you people that are saying we have to be like Americans? Are we changing the rules now?
No, we can never be like Americans if you are just deceiving ourselves. The politics in America and the UK.
If you cannot practice it the way American practice it, then you're not going to get your country better. You have to play the politics the way American play, because you are copying the American system of government, but you don't want to practice it the way American practice it. And you think you're going to achieve result? No, it's going to be zero. You're just going to be perambulating in the same place. So that is where we have ourselves. We don't want to practice it the way American practice it, and we think that we are going to we are not going to get results. So those parties that you are talking to, Thomas, look,
yes, please.
It's a matter of time. Leave them alone. They will grow. Nigerian states should guarantee a level playing field for everybody, where thuggerism will not harass anybody. When you don't have thugs, when you don't have criminal harassing people to go and vote, those parties you are talking about, people will vote for them. People will vote for them. But you see, the politician
I'm winning you now. So now we know that.
It's not winning.
Let me finish. One man. So
please, I have a question for Thomas. Woman, I have a question for Thomas.
Tony, so that means we know.
Yes, I'm here.
2023 now. So we know 2023 now. We cannot win election. Are we clear about that?
What did you say, Thomas?
I said 2023 now. We know that Shore cannot win election. Are we clear on that?
Thomas, it looks like it's been long you ate amala.
No, I'm asking question.
I don't even know. Forget all that, Thomas.
I want to ask one question. One question, woman, please, sir.
Yeah, go on, Tony. Yeah.
Mr. Thomas, my brother, how are you? So, American forget double head. They bond them with double head. They don't bond them like you.
Is that the question?
So why we cannot practice like them?
Because we are Africa, we are third world country now.
You see now, so and that means the black people so we are inferior, or what do you mean? I don't know.
No. All right, thank you. Okay. Let me post a link in the comment section.
This is black people want to say something.
Oh yeah,
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tony is saying that we should be recolonized. Nanda is saying that we are white people are better than us. Tony, where you there now?
Me?
They won't please.
No. I said whether they born American people with double head, why would not we practice them? I would not study mathematics and the practice engineering abroad.
Waiting for us to be recolonized again.
No.
I think every country needs its own style of governance.
All right, yeah. Let's hear from Black League. Yeah.
Yes, I think every country needs its own style and system of governance. I don't think it should be replicated to all the countries. Like Nigeria should not copy America. It's like a cloth. You have to sew it to what fits you. The culture in America is way different from that of Nigeria.
This is what I was explaining to a rational mind yesterday. He didn't get it and he
So,
was just getting
yeah,
angry.
so I think that's the mistake we made. We just did copy and
You
paste
guys
with the
are getting
American
it wrong.
system
We are talking about the principle.
without Daniel Coco, just 1 minute. Without considering that America, even though their system seems to be working, it's not perfect. They also have problems with their election. They have problems with electoral fraud. A classic example is I think it was 1968 with Dick Gregory. He was the first Black American to contest to be a candidate for Obama. If Obama didn't become a candidate, he would be the only one who became a candidate. Well, the machine goofed and gave him 9 million votes, which they later on retracted. That was because that 9 million votes was supposed to go to Reagan, not him. So the machine mistakenly just gave it to him. So even they have problems with Reagan, and that's 1968. They're well over 300 years into their democracy.
Even come a bit closer, and the election that brought George Bush in, remember the hanging Chad or no hanging Chad? And before you knew it, they rigged this guy in. When he first came in, George Bush Jr., he said, don't worry about America. It's just a yam.
They are still in court to fix it for electoral reasons.
It was the electoral vote. It was electoral vote that gave that victory to George Bush.
All right, but let's not go too deep into American politics because we'll be here
but the
all day.
principle, what Rational Man was saying yesterday was the principle of democracy. Are you practicing that principle to the fullest? We are not saying that you should copy.
No, but what he was saying, but he's
we
here.
are not practicing the principle of democracy in Nigeria. That is what is killing Nigeria. We are not practicing the principle.
No. We are practicing a hybrid of it.
Hybrid. One man.
Hybrid.
What kind of hybrid is that?
Where is
a hybrid now? It's a hybrid now.
What kind of hybrid that is working? Is it working?
From hybrid, where is the electronic?
Rational man, you always come for one man every time.
No, because Rational mind thinks I always try to use language to color things, but he doesn't want to follow the logic. He just wants to tie me down in language.
You said, I mean, Black League. I mean, you were saying, you said to Black League that I was saying that we should copy. Exactly.
Yes, yes, that's what you said yesterday, and you were getting angry when I was explaining to you.
What I'm saying is, I'm not saying we should copy. Every situation is unique. I realized that.
And when I said we were not American, you were throwing something at your screen. I could hear the bang. Yeah.
Rotting tomatoes.
What I was saying is, when you say you're practicing federalism, like we try to copy with, we do what America is doing. We're not doing it the way it should be done. Now, what I'm saying is this: in the U.S. system, they recognize states and they recognize counties, which is the local government, which are our own version of local government. But is our local government functioning? And why are they not functioning? Could it be that constitution is not making them functioning? That's what I'm saying. Now, we talk about security, state-controlled security system, whereby even the counties or the local government, they could control their own policing. We're talking about the exclusive list. The U.S. system does not have everything given to the president. States have their national guards.
Look, hold on. Let's not rehash the totality of yesterday, but what you have to understand that we're a third world country, and that seems to annoy you when I say that, but we are a third world country. We're a diverse country, and that diversity also comes into play. And we don't have the resources of the United States, so we have to have
why are we practicing federalism then? Why are we practicing federalism?
No, we are practicing it in a way that is unique and peculiar to our own landscape.
No.
That's the thing.
Wrong.
That's the thing.
That is wrong. We did not do it the way it should be done.
What do you mean? It's not a one size fits all now.
Rational mind. Yes, one man said, I don't think it's a one size fits all. Even America would tell you they're a capitalist country, they're against socialist regimes, communist regime. But America still has socialist policy. You know of Social Security, you know of stipends they pay for housing, for feeding. Those are all socialist policies. But when they come out in public or on paper, they'll tell you, no, we're strictly capitalist. So it's about what works for you. Yes, in Nigeria,
that's not what I'm saying.
Whatever we've chosen is not working. But that doesn't mean we can just copy America and all of a sudden it will be working. Because they too, they are not really going by the book.
You see, Blackley.
No, but that is what you said. You want us to be Americans. We are not Americans now. We are Nigerians.
I'm not saying when we say copy America. Okay, the federal system we're practicing in Nigeria, is it not what we saw in America? They're doing in America. Is that what we're trying to do in Nigeria?
No. It's predicated upon. It is not a copy. It's predicated upon.
But I've had lawyers say that the copy. The Nigerian Constitution is copied from the US. That's what they use the word.
That's a wrong use of language. It's predicated upon. It's not a copy. It's predicated upon. It's along the lines of.
You will hear of political science, political science analysts on Nigerian talking about the Nigerian Constitution. They will tell you that we're not doing the federal system, the way it should be done.
No, it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid.
When you say hybrid, is the hybrid working?
I don't know hybrid.
National man. You know what brought about the state autonomy in America, that every state has its own law.
I don't know. You lecture me on that.
Now, see the same slavery that we're talking about. Now, during the slavery, when the North decided to say they should let go of slavery, let me finish. And the southern states, which are not known that the separation is today, the only way they could make sure they continue with the slave trade is for them to move before the law is being enacted at the center. They have to move to make sure every state had its own law so that they can keep that business of slavery going. And that is actually what eventually led to the Civil War of 1859 to 1865. So that's how it started. And I think that the same thing Nigeria is doing at the end of the day, because the country eventually split into two, both the unionists, that's the northern who project the unionists, and the southern who are the separationists. So that's where that law sprang from. And I think the way I go, if our southern Nigeria actually have the mind to say we are coming together, we want to go, it will now push both the north and the center to come to review their position again. That's eventually what is going to happen if they decide to go that way.
You see, one minute example.
Let's hope it works that way. I don't think
so let's hear from Charles. Charles is trying to get a word in here.
You know, how did China become a powerful country? China wasn't a powerful country back then. China used Western, but China used it for good. Why China now a powerful country? You see, that's what I'm getting it.
When was China never not? There was never a time that he's saying China was not a powerful country, but then they recalibrated under a new dynamic. But China has always, through history, been a powerful country.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
They are actually working out based on experience now. They've been there before. They've been in charge of the world and everything.
Woman, can I ask Blackley a question?
Yeah, go on.
Blackley, you're talking about we should do what works for us. The federal system that is practiced in Germany, in the US, they're kind of fiscal federalism. Nigeria is just so unique in their own way, which is like, let me use the word of one man, hybrid. Now, is that fiscal federal system, is it really working for that country? Is it really making that country progress? Don't you think it's slowing down the progress of that country, whereby the whole resources is controlled by the federal? In the US, state controls their resources. In Germany,
it takes time for them to get their
hold on. We say it takes time. It takes time. But
yes, I just told you that US get their independence. US get their independence 1761.
What do you mean by take time?
Blackly,
take time to do the right thing.
US got their independence 1761. When they ever give them voting rights?
Let's not go to this thing. Let's not go to this thing.
It takes time. You have to refound it. That's what is going to happen. You cannot change overnight.
You need to learn from other people's mistake.
Which is America. I'm telling you, it takes over 100 years.
We know all these things you're talking about. We know. But what we're saying is, you don't have to repeat the same madness that people did.
That is what Black Man is saying.
Learn from other people's
mistakes. Our own democracy to our way of life. That's
so
what.
Black League. I'm asking Black League this question. Black League, don't you think the fiscal federalism that we're practicing in Nigeria, as it is in Nigeria, is slowing down the economic progress of that country? And if you truly believe in federalism, is that truly federalism?
No, you mean a unitary system. It's unity that we are practicing now, unitary. Physical federalism is very good. Then any federalism is good where the state will control their own resources, like you say, Germany also. But Nigeria is a unitary system where some group of gangsters just take up, take us.
It does not fit with the principle of federalism. Then that's not federalism
at all.
Unitary system does not fit with the principle of federalism.
Talk now.
We are reading the constitution on upside down as Black people. We are reading the constitutions upside down.
I think Tony has largely addressed what Rational Mind was saying. So the federalism, as templated in the Constitution, has a chance of working, but as practiced in a unitary system that Tony just said, is where the failing is. But the question was to Black League, so let's hear from him.
A simple answer to Rational Mind is, what we're practicing is not working for us, whatever we decide to call it. But federalism was practiced in Nigeria successfully in the 60s. And where the envy of the world, the whole world was watching out for us to be an emerging superpower, well ahead of countries like Singapore, Brazil, and all these other countries that have surpassed us. So yes, when federalism was really working in Nigeria, that's before we had this nonsense of 36 states that cannot even feed themselves. Federalism worked, but right now it's not working. Why? Nigeria has not even been given a chance to develop and grow as a country. Every time we try, there's something that interrupts. In the 60s, it was working perfectly well. The military came in. So I really say Nigeria is not more than really 30 years old if you really look at democratically elected governments in the country. We often make the mistake of counting the military, which just derailed our system of governance, and they just did as they pleased. Every country needs time to develop. Even America was calling itself whatever they called itself, but they were not federal. It was up until the Civil War, then they really became federal because they wanted the states to control the laws, and it was all about the economy. So Nigeria needs time to really develop. We're just weaning ourselves off the rot that the military imposed on us through just ethnic and religious sentiments, just very, very petty things that do not grow a nation. So I think Nigeria just hasn't had enough time to develop as a country.
So almost 20 years gone. Almost 20 years gone.
And just think of what Nigeria would be if Nigeria was uninterrupted when we actually practice federalism up until 2020 that we are in right now. If it was uninterrupted by every means and by every standard, we would be in the league of the first world countries. And if we're not there, we'd just be steps away.
Well, you see, Black League, I understand what you're saying with this. If they be given time to develop themselves, but since 1999 till the present, it's almost like 24. Is it not 20? I think it's 24 years
Yes,
now.
I understand you. And it's
Uninterrupted.
really up to
Hold
us.
on. And now you're talking about 1960s. The likes of the founding fathers, they took over from the British, let's just say from like in the 1950s. Now it took them like almost like 10 years to develop that country to become, through a kind of a constitution they made up, to become to make Africa and Nigeria economic powerhouse then back in the 60s. But these people, they've been there for almost 24 years now. Nothing to show for it. All because of the stupid constitution that they have there. It is not making any progress, make anybody to progress in that country. So you see, the issue of not giving them time, for me, I just think it's just an excuse. We need to learn from other people's mistakes. We have intellectuals in that country who read history.
Yes, but all the intellectuals and the non-intellectuals are doing absolutely nothing towards changing the governance system, and that's the problem. That's really the problem right there. All this talk about constitution is, to me, is at best an excuse. Constitution is a document written by people just like you and me in a room. That's all a constitution is. You have places like the United Kingdom that don't even care about the constitution. They say it's written in their hearts. Whatever you make of it, you make of it. But their country is running perfectly. At least they're able to sustain themselves. They're able to produce what they consume. And where they are not able to produce what they consume, they make others respect them for what they produce, even if they're consuming what they're not producing, if that makes sense. So Nigeria is not in that position. We do not produce what we consume, and that's really why we're disrespected at home and abroad, and we cannot get things to develop. All this talk about constitution, it plays a very little role, because if the constitution was really a problem, it would be changed by now. And we've seen countries that even did away with the whole notion of a constitution and are still functional. They govern themselves well enough that they even governed other countries, including Nigeria, so far away from their land, without a constitution. So all this talk of constitution is really us repeating what they are telling us.
You've said things, and then you've gone through some things that are not supposed to. To me, I feel
this session is not about league. You guys just end up or go somewhere and go and fight. Then come and tell us who beats. Then we'll continue our discussion.
We're here to talk about what
I know it's lovely.
Things that has to do with our country.
All right, thank you.
You want to say something?
No. All right, thank you. So let's go on then from Thomas to Lord Michael. And Lord Michael, let me take you to the space.
Young man, you haven't asked me any talking points.
No, I did ask you,
you don't
and
have
you took the conversation in the direction that you wanted to talk about.
My question that I brought that I answer, I throw it to you. You didn't give me any talking point. You haven't.
Okay. So okay. Speak to us then about I did ask you about the Eastern space, the Nigerian apology to the Eagles, as Ashore insists. So speak to that, Thomas.
Yeah, I've spoken on that. If you don't have anything for me, yes, you can go to someone else.
All right. So let me go on to Lord Michael then for reasons of time. So to Lord Michael then, you were quite assertive in your opinions of that space, Nigeria owing the Easterners an apology. And a lot of people are starting to tire of that tone of victimhood in the East. So enough is enough. There's nothing unique or peculiar that has happened to the Easterner that we continuously have to go to that space and corset them and cocoon them and use soft words towards them all the time. So packeting is enough is enough. There's no apology owed to the East by anyone, but the Nigerian state itself owes itself an apology for not being fit for purpose and not being a suitable place for human existence. So a Nigerian problem, not an Eastern one, and Omoyele Sowore looking to tap into that already body of belly aching that is in the East, to use their narrative to capture their numbers and politic it. It's poor politics on Omoyele Sowore's part, saying that we have to apologize to the East. Lord Michael.
Okay, first of all, I want to correct what you have just said. The East never asked for any apologies. Omoyele Sowore, find it in his heart of hearts to use that as his own strategy for politicking. So don't rub it on the East. Let the East have their own peace. There is never a session you go without trying to throw jabs against the East. It's unbecoming of you. Stop it. I think
me personally.
Yes, you're always doing it now. It's not good. See, well, let's leave that for now.
I don't
Maybe
jab at
we'll
the
go to one
North.
corner and say, oh,
Do I not jab at the North? Do I not jab at the North?
No, this is
Let's
becoming
civilize the North.
resounding from
Huh?
here.
Do I not jab
anyway,
at the
let me
North?
go to the talking point.
But that, you have just
I'm
made
also
the
worried.
point. Is that not the victim playing that I was talking about? Thank you for doing that.
He's confirming it.
What do I jab at the most here? Is it not the North?
See, you're always connoting this thing to a
the Yorubas? Do we not mock?
If we want to talk about a talking point, let's talk about a talking point. Don't go about with your sweet,
you see, this is victim playing now. Is
Chinese
this not
voice
victim
and be
playing?
telling us all this.
Is this not victim? You see now, you've made the point. Thank you. So that is it right there.
Thank you. So let me go to the talking point.
Hold on. When we used to call
Oh my God.
Osinbajo a T-boy here, did that not offend you enough for you to come running to his defense?
And I told you he's your vice president.
When we used to call Buhari a Malu head, and we will say we want to civilize them in the North, that they are all barbarians, that did not upset you?
They are not barbarians in the North. I warned you that they are not barbarians in the North.
You don't come and warn us there, no. But when we say the East are victim playing, then we are anti-Igbo. Is this not the exact point?
I am not even from the East. I am from the South, but I don't like all what you always come and do and throw jabs. Anyway, let me talk about Omoyele Sowore. Omoyele Sowore is a man who feels this is what he wants to use as his talking point. I don't know why another point you always do, try to put this guy under the bus. Let him play his politics. At least he's saying something. You always eulogize these other candidates who do not even have a plan of what they want to come and do. They have not even said nothing. Somebody who is even saying something is the one you are being critical of. Somebody who has a plan, somebody who is trying to unify. Even though I do not want elections because I don't believe there is an entity called Nigeria for us to manage. But if you see somebody trying to make an effort, give him kudos. Maybe this could be a window other people can learn from and try to see how they can handle the situation and make it better.
Play the ball, not the man now. So the question was that what reasons would Nigeria have to particularly apologize to the East, as Omoyele Sowore is suggesting? So can you think of a reason?
You can invite Omoyele Sowore to your program and interview him. He will come. Do you know that?
No. I've invited him severally, but I think he has listened and he thinks that he doesn't want to be here.
Because you always
for reasons of probably being kicked in the head.
Fighting. You see, you are not cursing him. That guy, you're supposed to be calling him Egbo. Later, you say these little ones don't respect you.
No, don't worry about that. I'm not sure that I should be calling Sowore Egbo, but it's politics, certainly not Egbo. It's more yam head. But really, just to that, can you think of a reason that the East particularly should be apologized to? Because he was singling them out that the country owes the East an apology. And in the course of this discussion, even Ajan Lekoko, when he went through it, he said the entire country had to be apologized to.
Of course, that is what I said. That is why I said the people in Otu need to be apologized to. The people from Asaba need to be apologized to. The people from Jos, you know how many bombs were going off in Jos when I was there? In 2009. People from Shite need to be apologized to. But like what I said, Omoyele Sowore has his own reason. It's his own strategy. We will respect him. And I told you something before. If we're in a room, everybody has headache. If you don't complain, nobody will give you a pain reliever. So for the Easterners to have complained, they don't like the situation they are in. They need something better for themselves. If the people in Benue want to continue to live in IDP camps, we will say the bits we can for them. But if they rise up, everybody will support them. So the Easterners are rising up for a better government. We have to support them. The day the Yoruba people decide to stand up, that enough is enough, we will support them. The day the people from Jos, the whole entire Plateau State or the Middle Belt decide to stand up, we will support them. When the Shiite stood up, we support them. Even this this man that you are even complaining about, Nnamdi Kanu, he took it upon himself. You hear what Femi Falana has been saying, that the Nigerian government has disobeyed over 154 court judgments. Is this the kind of thing we want to do?
Appealed? Disobeyed or appealed?
Actually disobeyed. They did not. They did not abide by the
judgment.
law. Disobeyed judgment.
I'm not aware that the Nigerian government has disobeyed any Supreme Court judgment.
So, are you trying to say the
woman, you are devil's advocate?
No. Are you aware that they have disobeyed the Supreme?
Must you be aware for you to know that they disobeyed it?
Yeah, no. Well, I have to be. I cannot agree with what I don't know now. I'm not aware that they have disobeyed a Supreme Court judgment. And if they have not disobeyed, no. But if they have not disobeyed the Supreme Court judgment, then whatever judgment that they have not yet carried out is still subject to appeal, because it's only the Supreme Court that has the final say.
No. See,
yes,
let me say,
you are right, woman. I know now you are going. I know where you are going.
They said they have about 46 that have been appealed. That judgments over 154 disobeyed. So he knows the ones that are appealed, and he knows the ones that have been refused. You remember that?
Hold on, Thomas. Now, how many of those are Supreme Court judgments? Is what I'm asking.
I wouldn't be specific about them, but
so there you are then. So that is the
must it be a Supreme Court judgment?
Because because in Nigeria they say after the Supreme Court, then it is God. So if it's not a Supreme Court judgment, then it is subject to appeal. So if it's subject to appeal, then you cannot say that it's been Well, it's subject to appeal, isn't it? So it's not stated if they have been appealed.
But if they appealed it,
country when it's not ruled by law, how do you expect justice? If you are not appealing it, why not obey?
Okay. Let's interrogate what you have just said now. So a high court gives a death penalty to somebody, and you are saying that subsists. So that person, then they carry out that death penalty, but then at the appellate and Supreme Court, that those judgments are reversed. What then the fate of that person that they've carried out the death penalty on?
Well, if they do not appeal it and the person dies, it's judgment, and that's how it goes. But if they appeal it before execution, that is how it works. You have to appeal before execution. That is why you see every time the court condemns somebody to death, they set a date for execution.
All right. Unless you're able to tell me that the Nigerian government has disobeyed X amount of Supreme Court judgments.
One man for Falana to say that these people disobeyed court judgment. I think what he's saying technically is that court rule, they did not appeal, and the limited time for appeal expired, and they didn't carry out the judgment.
So you're interpreting his intentions. Are you interpreting his intentions?
That is what it means. It cannot
Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
That is what it means.
No, so you are interpreting then what he meant.
But
technically, can I give you an example?
Technically, what it means, if you
yeah. Let me give one man an example. Odili versus Nigeria. They said they should release his passport. You know how many years it takes them to release that passport? They never appealed it. Is that not a flagrant what's how they call it? This is a legal time.
Disobedient to court judgment?
Court order.
And when they did not appeal for any ruling or anything, that means they disobey.
Okay, and what
release?
And what punitive actions did the court take?
Punitive action to Nigerian government. Okay,
yes.
One man. Everybody want to punish the government.
You see now, so it's very easy to say these things. Is what I'm saying. It's very easy because you know that Falana is somewhat of a kumbayaist. He likes to play to that populist narrative.
Is
he not a populist?
Let me say this to you.
No, hold on. Does he not speak to populism? Falana? Yeah, it does not speak to populism.
Well, even though he speaks, let me say this to you. You see, one man, you see, this Buhari's administration has made a nonsense of our judicial laws. That sometimes you are the one saying a while ago. You said Nigerians are becoming they have mental problem. This is a part of the mental problem we're talking about. When what is supposed to be done right is not done right, it becomes the new normal. The new normal, because it is unheard of that a court gives an order, a judgment, as long as you don't appeal it, you go with that appeal. You go with that order that's been given. But Malami, at the end of affair, has bastardized that country's judicial system. Whereby even if they give any law these days, people just look at it like they give any court order these days, and the court continues hammering on it, and they disobey it. We all look at it like, what did they there? Nothing will happen.
I don't think you can accuse anybody of disobeying the court order until the fullness of legal options has been explored.
What is the fullness of the legal? What is the fullness there?
The fullness is the Supreme Court.
I just gave you an example of Odili. Can you dispute that? Go and check the record. Odili was said. They said the release is
that's just how I understand it. That is the Supreme Court is the final bus stop. So is it not so?
One man. It is not cases. It is not all cases. It is not all cases that end up in Supreme Court.
No, it is not all cases, but all cases have that possibility.
But I said earlier that after judgment at a particular court, and within the limited period of time for you to appeal, if you don't appeal,
which is how long?
That is the final. I don't know, maybe 30 days. I don't know.
30 days.
I don't know. I don't know. Please don't get. I'm not saying I know, but I know there's a limited period of time at which you can appeal. If you don't appeal, that judgment stays final right there. It stays final. It can't proceed further. So when Falana said that they did not carry out, that is what is really speaking to, that they did not appeal and that judgment stayed final right there, and they did not comply.
He said all that.
That is a lawyer. He's a lawyer of international appeal.
No, I know who
he cannot be.
But they did say all that.
Why do you want? Why are you interrogating me?
No, I'm only asking now. You are putting him now. You are putting him now.
Let me say something joking. If rational mind is beside you there, he could have punched you. He could have punched you. If rational mind is beside you, he could have punched you.
No, this is rational mind. Now he doesn't want the things he says to be interrogated, and he gets vexed very quickly. Who was I with? I was with.
Let me ask of our new students. Where is he? I've not seen him. Ayo. Is he doing some self-study?
No, he's doing homework to come back again. When he comes back again, he will get another lesson.
Where's Professor Ife?
You know Ife now, he likes to ration himself. It's just in small dosages you get from Ife.
What of Ola? We are not seeing Ola.
We see Ola a lot in the comment section, but I think it's abstaining from the rowdiness of it all,
Ola is in the comment section.
What do you guys do to Ayo?
Oh my God,
anyway, he had an education. Let's just put it like that. So, Ayo, I know you are listening. School has commenced, and so come back attendance again. There are lessons to be dispensed again. You get school. He was trying to
give us scholarship.
Giving us scholarship, and we sent him a lot of homework. But the one thing that I've discovered over the course of these sessions is that there are traditionally held beliefs that people have held for so long. So when you start to interrogate that, people just, they just get so so tense and pent up, so because, when you come and say all these things that, there's massacre in Igbo land, and you say, where is the data? And they start to get vexed. Where is the data now? Did you not hear Radio Biafra when they were telling us? They will say that now. What else will they say? So this is the thing. So we are challenging traditionally held beliefs. So this is what we're doing. So let's challenge that some more with Lord Michael. And we have you speak, Lord Michael. Nigeria witnessed fewer killings last week, less than any time this year. This is the data coming out of a newspaper. So they've been tracking the killings in Nigeria. And in last week, you still say it's too much, but only 10 deaths were recorded by non-state actors. That is to say, deaths not attributable to the police, army, etc. So what are you then making?
In a local government or in the whole nation?
In the whole country. Let me give you a quick flavor of it, because it's quite worthy to note. It's not that long a read. So if you just there's a big crackling. So everybody, please mute yourself. Let me just rattle through this for Lord Michael, so he can respond to the fullness of it. It says, although killings by non-state actors continue in Nigeria last week, February the 27th to March the 5th, fewer people were killed during the week than at any week since the year started. At least 10 people were killed last week, with the killing occurring in 2 states of the Federation. The victims include 2 people who were lynched for allegedly stealing mobile phones, and 8 persons killed by bandits in troubled Zamfara state. The figure represents a drastic decline when compared with the previous week, when 62 people were killed across the country. The number of victims is also the lowest in 2022, after the 3rd week of January, when 20 people were killed. Premium Times has since November last year been compiling weekly the killings by non-state actors. Only incidents reported in the media are included in the compilation. Thus, unreported cases are not included. So below are the records of incidents last week. Zamfara, bandits identified with notorious kingpin Dan Karami killed 8 persons out of 10 they kidnapped in some local government due to failure of their relatives to pay 6 million in ransom. The bandits abducted the victims on September the 1st, 2021, after a failed attempt on a local government headquarters. So that was Zamfara. Anambra, 2 persons suspected to have stolen a cell phone and other valuable from a woman were on Wednesday night set ablaze by an angry mob in Upper Iwika Motor Park in Onitsha, Anambra State, Southeast Nigeria. It says, it is not clear if the decline in incidents and casualties is due to efforts of the security agencies, but President Buhari has repeatedly pledged his administration's effort to tackle banditry and other criminality across the country. One of such pledges was after a January the 5th incident when bandits invaded 5 communities in Zamfara, killing over 200 people. The latest attack on innocent people by bandits is an act of desperation by mass murderers, now under relentless pressure from our security forces, who are well equipped and effectively confront these enemies of humanity. So that's essentially that's it, really. So that is just where data is coming from. So, Lord Michael. Lord Michael, sorry, you can unmute yourself now.
I say that is a good news, though.
Yeah,
it is very good, but it's not correct, I'm happy if this kind of news is what we're going to be getting, but the truth is it is not correct. Was it the week when Buhari traveled out of the country? If it is the week, then maybe he should be stepping out more, so that we'll be having less
think this. Oh yes, it would have been in Kenya then. Yeah.
Then maybe please, Kenya people, come and take our president so that our people will stop dying. But
Yes, now.
anyway,
So
I
we
know the
swap
data is not
Buhari
correct.
for
It may have been
Kano.
less. Huh?
I said we swap Buhari, we can rendition him back to Kenya as they rendition Kano to, yes.
So I know the data is not accurate. It could be less, you know. I will be happy if we don't have deaths at all. You know, I don't want to say because they said this and they are wrong, or for me to propose that more people would have been in the news for deaths, but it is the kind of story we want to hear, even though we know it is not true. But it can still be true. You know, like we have always said, the military should stay in the barracks, the police should be trained, everybody should do their jobs, the civilians should know they are civilians, they should do the right things. We can continue like this, we can do better. The government should do the needful. I believe if government will set up the necessary things, or I'll say if the government should step up and do what they are supposed to do, this is the kind of news we want to hear. I know there's violence everywhere around the world, gun violence, criminality, but we were not known for killing our own people before, especially by non-state actors. You know, we were known for brotherhood, citizenship, neighborhood. We grew up where the community trains a child, where your neighbor can beat your child if your child misbehaves. We can try and bring ourselves back to that. So we'll stop killing ourselves, because we all are victims of government. Everybody is complaining the government is bad. So I don't see a reason why, out of frustration or out of stupidity, some non-state actor will take up arms and kill their fellow victims. So I think this is a good goal, and we should work towards making sure we don't kill ourselves at all. I'm looking forward to a day where they will say non-state actors killed zero. They will be happy. Then the next thing we'll start fighting hunger.
That is unlikely, but certainly we want a reduction in the numbers. You know, there was a time that you could drive from Kaduna to Abuja in the middle of the night by yourself. There was a man that was narrating just how he made that drive, and then he had a busted tire. This was like 12 a.m., 1 a.m. in the morning. He had a busted tire, and he was there in that road for like a fairly long time. One other car that was then passing along then stopped and gave him his spare tire, and off he went along. This was a few years ago. So there was once upon a time that you could, you had relative safety even in that corridor. You drive there now, any day, any time of the day now, and there's a 50-50 chance that you will not make it to the other side.
Yeah, you can. In fact, you cannot say it better than this. You know, we should try. We should continue to educate our people and encourage our people. Be your brother's keeper. Don't hate your brother. See a way to love him. See a way to lift him up. You know, we can do better. I think I like this, even though we know it's not true, but such stories is what we want to hear going forward, and we can do it.
Thank you, Lord Michael, because I said that as well, that we come here and we use all this heavy language, but this is what we want to hear. We don't want to hear, it doesn't serve anybody that Buhari fails in security, because his failure in security is paid, is a price paid in human lives. So it's not, you don't mock him, for failing in security, even if it's a Fulani man, we don't want him to fail in security, because the price is too heavy. Yeah. So thank you, Lord Michael. So still on Buhari, he leaves now. He says Osinbajo now in charge of Nigeria. Buhari says as he flies off to the UK for his booster jabs, as our engineer always calls it. So I'm asking then, is YEMI Osinbajo going to make the same mistake that he made the last time, trying to govern the country properly when Buhari is not away? Will he trying to, yeah?
Well, we expect his 2 minutes victory again, or 2 minutes glory, like the way you called it. Maybe before Buhari comes back, now you hear that Osinbajo has released Nnamdi Kanu. They will just kill him.
Imagine if he did that. Imagine if he did that.
And they will just, in fact, they will put him there. There was a rumor that Adeboye went to Aso Rock to release Osinbajo. that they actually dealt with him. You remember one time that people were shouting, "Where's Osinbajo? Where's Osinbajo?" You remember that time?
They were doing it on this platform?
No. In the whole country, everybody was like, "Where's Osinbajo? Where's Osinbajo?" They were looking for Osinbajo at a particular time. There was rumor that he was locked up somewhere. But we cannot verify that because we are not there. But, you know, this country, there is nothing they cannot do. So I hope he holds up strong and he holds up right. You know, we've seen maybe this is even a ploy for him to be able to do something substantial so he can use it for his campaign. And they will say every time Buhari steps out, Osinbajo steps up and does the right thing. Maybe this could be a good campaign for him to become a presidential aspirant. Maybe all these things they are doing now, that they are even zoning the APC presidential slot to the southwest. Maybe it's for Osinbajo. Nobody even knows. We might be here saying Tinubu is going to take it. You'll be surprised from nowhere. Tinubu will just come and anoint his son again and say, "Okay, boy, you can run." So I expect him to do better. Let him surpass what he did before.
All right.
Yeah.
More Nigerians suffering mental health illness due to hardship. So is the president of the Nigerian Psychiatric Association saying this? So does this come to you as a surprise, or can you see reasons why this will be the case, Lord Michael?
Yes, I have a surprise about it. The surprise about it is the data he released by saying 60%. I want to say that is categorically wrong. I will start from the people in power. Those guys are crazy. They are not thinking well, because if they are thinking well, they will not be giving us all the flimsy excuses they are giving us. Can you imagine your president, with all the suffering in this country, is going out to donate $1 million to Afghanistan? What does that tell you? Is that not a mental sickness? What is he going to achieve from that? Or maybe what they have been saying, that this guy is funding terrorism. This could be a proof that someday this guy will just come and do his bidding and take over the country. Because I don't see a reason where people will be in the IDP camps in Benue State. The roofs over their head is bags of rice and stick as their own tents. And yet you have the infantry and the balls to just take $1 million to go give to Afghanistan. Even though people in Afghanistan are human beings, but they say charity begins at home. You have to start from your house. So I want to believe that Nigerians are mad, most of them. In Nigeria, we don't have up to 10% of normal thinking people, ranging from the way we pray in church, to the man on the streets, to the conductor, the Agbero, and the one that will tell you, with all those their voice, and the way politicians even make their decisions, where a governor would think he's the one that owns the money and can take the money of the commonwealth of people and go and donate somewhere, like we do, and go and give to Tambuwa. Is that not madness? So our people are sick.
Lord Michael, would you walk on the streets of Adekunle if you today?
Yes,
you would.
I will, but I would know. I would know my dress code and how I go about. You know, they say the way you dress, that's the way you be addressed. If you are like one of them, nobody will even send you. You just go and buy one granite and be throwing it on the streets and be catching it. They'll be like, okay, this is not normal way like us.
You see, I wouldn't walk on the streets of Adegunle, not ever, you know.
Why?
Yeah?
Why? I worked in the wharf, so I know those Ajegule area. I have some pals there. I used to know that the Shoki when he was there too. Even till now that he moved to Jodu Bega. He lives next neighbor to one of my relatives. So I know those Ajegule guys.
You see, because I will be so agitated, they will easily spot me that this one, you know, because the nerves will show if I'm in a place like that, you know.
Your voice will
one man, live dead there. Live day for
pickpockets, armed robbers, chancers, opportunists, prostitution.
I don't know how you be now there, but before, you know, be like that. Now place for fun for night. Hey, fun for that place.
And when they are breaking, but we say at night that they don't break bottle in Ajegunle. You know, breaking bottle.
Live. Better pepper soup joint and all the rest. They there. Better place.
I don't think you can eat pepper soup there anymore. I don't even think your stomach will be able to handle it. Yes, no, I don't think your stomach will be able to handle it. Remember those days when you'll be chasing flies with one hand and no, those days are gone. You know.
Black League, do you eat pepper soup?
The Black League.
Yes.
You see. So,
why would you not eat pepper soup? Why was that question?
Like, I'm wondering what's the question leading to.
You know why I asked you? Because one man just said that Jale Koko might not be able to eat pepper soup again. So I know you guys are not kind of pepper soup people. So I just wanted to.
I meant in Ajegunle. You know those joints. When I say pepper soup, I mean, do you think you can still eat joint food? Do you know what joint is? Mama put.
One man, as a matter of truth, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can go to Yabasirao.
No, you can't anymore now. You go to
I went to
or Tasty.
Let me say to you, Olayinka area there. I went to Ajegunle with a friend who's supposed to live in that area, and I went about 2-3 years ago when I went to Nigeria. So I went there. I went to where Mama puts on that Olayinka area there in Ajegunle. After you cross from Aboko to the other side. So anyway, I went there, and my friend was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I said, "Why not? I'm craving to eat this our Mama put." And I went in there and I eat. I tell you, I felt better. I mean, my friend was afraid that I can get the contamination, food poisoning, something like that. I said, no. So, you see, let's not always use this.
I'm not going to ask what your toilet habit was after that. You know, but God,
no,
man.
I feel better. My stomach was better. Nothing wrong with my stomach.
Well, I think everywhere you go, everywhere you go, street food or roadside food always tastes better than the classy restaurants where the hygiene is all. Sorry?
I say you're kind of right.
Yes, everywhere. I don't care what country you go. Like once you taste the street food, that's what introduces you to what's hot over there.
Okay, see,
I don't think I can eat street food anywhere.
Come on, let me tell you something. Like in this,
you're missing out.
In this country, have you really taken a look how they prepare street food? When they put their hand in that food, it's just that the difference.
Which country?
They just put on the board and gather it and use their hand to put it for you. It's the same thing where Mama Muyi will be dipping her hand and carrying a car and tying in a paper for you.
Even in this country, I don't eat street food because it always churns my stomach. Yeah,
it's just that over here they put it in a store. Their junk food is in a store or in a well-packaged place, while ours is open air. So it could be the same too. Sometimes you eat this guy's junk food here, and it runs your stomach.
Okay. Well, and I can't eat American food anyway. You guys don't really have food. You eat preservatives in America, don't you?
Well, I cook my own food. Anybody that I see coming from Nigeria, they always bring me food stuff. Egusi or bono. I just pay for it and they bring it to me. Even right now, I have pepper soup spices that just landed.
You need a chemistry degree to understand what you are eating in America.
I know.
They tell you one is E factor and one is E column and this is XYZZ. You need a chemistry degree just to understand what you're eating. It's just preservatives, something that they claim is organic and they tell you will last 6 months. How is that possible? A vegetable lasting 4 months. They just are eating chemicals.
Don't worry, very soon Nigerians will start buying that same chemical food you're talking about.
They have burgers in Nigeria. People eat burger, pizza, and all those things. They have preservatives in them too.
You know, there was a controversy around genetically modified food just a few years ago. There's a company in America called Monsanto They are trying to corner the entirety of the global world food. So they'll be giving you seeds, just so cheap, almost for nothing. But the thing with those seeds that they're giving you is it doesn't regenerate. So you know usually when you plant something, you can regenerate it and reuse it. So they're just going to do it like a single purpose seed that once you harvest it, that is the end of it. So you have to resupply from them. And I think Nigeria was buying into that space, especially under Goodluck Jonathan. So we'll all be eating chemicals very soon and we'll be growing a third arm. So this
Yeah,
is the way.
they actually did it, and you see those. Yeah, you're right. It happened when you have oranges without seedlings. We will call it agric. We do not know ours. Our own species was the best, where you could equally lick your orange and save your seeds for planting. But we were having the other ones without seeds, and we didn't know what we were doing to ourselves. But you know what? Some smart farmers would mix them up, so they have a mix of both.
Have you noticed that the chicken you eat, it tastes nothing like chicken as you know it?
Yes,
Have you
so
noticed that?
I do a different shopping for chicken. We have the tiny chicken, even though you don't have it chopped. So what I did, I went to buy a chopping board. I bought this butcher knife. So when I buy it, I just dice it into parts, put it in Ziploc, throw it back into the deep freezer. So whenever my wife wants to cook, it's easy for her. Because if you want to go with their chicken, the so-called big chicken, it doesn't really taste like chicken. Before you put it in the pot to
You
boil,
know they
it's
pump it with
done.
water. You know they pump chicken with water to fatten it up.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, they pump steroids in it too. All types of hormones to make it big.
Yeah, I just know about steroids, and even they feed them with some kind of steroidic fibers to just make them grow. In 2 weeks, the chicken is ready for, I will call it a harvest or ready for produce, and they send it over there.
You know that's if you're lucky to actually get chicken, because most of the big chain fast food restaurants, if you notice, they remove the word chicken from their name. A classic example is KFC. It used to be called Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah, so because they're trying to avoid lawsuits, one of them lost the lawsuit because someone took them to court and said this is not real chicken, and they won. So now they're trying to avoid that. So that's why you have Chick-fil-A, KFC, Golden Chick. They never say chicken.
Wow.
Well, some states require them to always label their food products. Like in Oregon, it's they're required to label every food. If it's generic, if it's organic, if it's whatever, just have to label it. If your chicken you're selling is not organic, if it's not free range or whatever, you have to label it as such. Because it's referred to in Oregon as deception, business deception. So you have to label your food product that you know that is not organic or that is maybe generic or whatever they call it. So I think if other states can do that too, I think it will help. But the thing is, you pay more. You pay more for buying organic food.
Yeah. So
I think if the world is getting to a stage where if you do not grow your own food, you'd be at the mercy of the genetically modified food.
Yeah.
See, what I did now is I discovered a place where I go get goats. Even though it's on the high side, but it's okay. If I get a big goat for about $400, they just kill it for me and butcher it, and I just pack it up. When they cut it, I come back, dice it into this particular size I want, ziplock it, throw it in the deep freezer, and it lasts me for maybe 6 months, thereabouts. Otherwise we'll be eating rubbish. And you see, like I always come here to say, those in the United
Very
States,
expensive to eat properly now.
Yes.
Yeah, but why is it that in places like Nigeria it's cheap to eat organic, but once you come here it's very expensive?
Exactly. See, this is why we are crying and we all want our home to be better so we can, at the end of the day, go back there and do things to better our lives and better for our people. Like, I had this discussion with some family members. They were asking me if I plan to go back to Nigeria. And I was like, of course. Would I be lost in another man's land? That gets to a certain time when I want to go back and stay in a farmhouse where I'll be able to see the sunrise and sunset and enjoy myself instead of going back and stay in a saturated city and suffer. But for those in America, please, all of you should be careful, be prepared. It comes a time where you have to withdraw your money from the bank and find somewhere to hide it, because if you have $1,000,
Lord Michael,
yes, can I finish?
No sunrise and sunset in the US.
It's different, my brother.
Well, you cannot enjoy the kind of sunrise and sunset you have in Nigeria, where when at sunset you see a palm wine tapper going back and you just stop him on bicycle and buy the palm wine off him. You will not have that in America. So that is the kind of sunrise and sunset.
So Lord Michael, you prefer to be settling quarters in the village, land dispute, and all that.
When was the last time you saw? When was the last time you saw a rainbow? Just from what Thomas was saying, because I cannot recall the last time I saw a rainbow. The last time I saw a rainbow was in Nigeria.
Rainbow all the time.
Yeah. All right.
I saw one. I saw one last week.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So, like I was saying, the time will come, those of you in the United States, where you have to take your money out of the bank because your $1,000 might be reduced to $100 if you're not careful.
Why? What is going to cause it?
Inflation is coming, and your money will be worthless.
You mean off the back of America?
And actually, the U.S. economy is on a downward hill.
Yes, it's on a downward hill. You know what is just left? The moment they say, 40% of oil and gas that comes to the United States is from Russia. So they are pushing Biden to stop that too. And if he has the balls to do that, then everybody will start buying gas for $90. And you know what that means? Inflation. And when inflation comes, bankruptcy. People will lose their money. So it's been advised that people should try to stock their homes with grains and foods that are not going to perish. That's because you're going to heat it, oil. Yes, it's coming. It's already here. Food that you're going to use. It's not perishable foods. Because
there's nobody more alarmist than the Americans. They like to alarm. They like all that alarm.
Yes, they alarm. But you see, most of the things they analyze come to pass. Even though we are praying that it shouldn't get to that point, but we too, we have to be careful because we know who we are. That despite whatever we have attained here, these people always look out for their people first before any other person. The color of our skin is going to give us away, whether we like it or not. Mike Barb said Russia cannot affect America's economy. We pray so, but what goes around comes around. Russia is not stupid. We don't just think America is God. Even here, we're already suffering it ourselves. The COVID-19 impacted on the economy already. So we don't know what else can happen. You know what is going now?
Lord Michael, can I ask you a question? Is fuel expensive in your place? Because we are now getting expensive fuel in Australia. I don't know. Maybe it's because of Russia. Like the petrol.
Well, even in America, it's expensive.
$1.50. Now it's $2 something.
You see, I used to buy.
Lord Michael.
World oil prices have gone up.
Lord Michael, how much are you guys buying gas in your area then?
It's about $3.75.
What? How much?
$3.75.
That's expensive.
It is $6 and
talking about still buying $2. You are jumping up. You should be thankful to God though.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
How much are you buying over your area there? How much are you buying gas? A gallon of gas.
It's $4.
Okay.
The worst, the cheapest you could find in some area, maybe like $3.70. But
do you remember when it was less than $2 on that Trump?
Yes, that is
Under
it.
Trump was 168 in my own place.
Yes, in my
Sometimes
place it was
150.
like 140 something at some point.
Yes.
But
Yes.
Koko, is it because of Russia, or is caused before Russia?
Yeah.
Number one in America, yeah, because of bad policy of Biden, the Keystone Pipeline that is stopped. That affect the price of the oil. The price of the oil jump up. Then this Russia that won't get it worse now. Since they started war in Russia now, the price of gas here jump up almost like 50 cents.
But do you know what they
It's
sell
more
in the
than
international
50
market too? It's almost $110 per barrel. It jumped to $100.
Yeah. 116.
116
116. As at maybe a day before yesterday, it was 116.
I'm
And
getting
it's
it for
going
about
to go
4 days ago.
You know, because there is no look. All this sanction on Russia, all this SWIFT bank international monetary transfer system. Why didn't they apply that on the oil and gas? Why didn't they? Because they know their economy will burn down in Europe and America. They didn't apply it on oil and gas. They said, oh, you can still continue on oil, there's no problem. They don't. Even some banks, let me tell you, the latest information now, banks in America, like US Bank, Citibank, they are complaining because they have a lot of investment in Russia, and they're going to lose billions of dollars.
Even Wells Fargo too. So that is why
Wells Fargo, all of them.
That is why I advise that it comes a time where you begin to take your money from the bank.
They're going to lose billions. They are talking about it. Even Societe Generale, some of these banks in Italy, all of them are losing a lot of money. Yeah.
Ajaliko, that means Russia is powerful than the whole world. That's
no, not powerful, but it's one of the 11th economy in the world, largest economy in the world.
It's one of the world powers.
And when it comes to oil production, they produce the 10% of oil consumption in the world. 10%. That is huge. 10% of oil production in the world every day.
And they're in 2 continents.
Yes.
Oh yes. And they produce they are the highest producer of grain in the world too.
Yeah.
And they are the highest producer of is it not manure to grow food. So food cost is going to go up, whether we like it or not.
And they have more nuclear weapons than America.
They have more nuclear weapons, and they have some political leverage over the world too. So the people that are jumping up, that they're imposing sanctions on what we are going to pay for it, whether we like it one way or the other.
Do we know that Ukraine used to have the largest nuclear warhead before they transferred it to Russia?
Yes.
That's one of the politics.
It's part of what I said, that Ukraine is the motherland of Russia.
Yeah, they are the motherland now.
Yeah,
Russia originated from Ukraine now.
Yeah.
Yeah. They originated from Ukraine. So
they are one and the same kind of, It's just that this divide and rule mentality that they try to bring there, that is what is just causing this whole problem.
But they will come together one day. No, now they know how they fight themselves. They will fight themselves in the back too.
And that's why I favor Russia over the West. The West does not like to leave Africa alone. They come and enslave us and do all that. But Russia likes to enslave their own people. They don't bother Africa. Throughout their history, they never bother Africa. They are only concerned with their own people that look like them around them.
Exactly.
So Lord Michael, everyone, that means all this sanction is zero. It's just nonsense. All this sanction on them, it's
not nonsense. No, it's not nonsense.
I will be objective in our analysis. You see, the US and the West, so-called the West, they're a necessary evil. Russia too is a necessary evil. They need to be balanced. You can't expect an hegemony in the whole world, that is a uniformity in the whole world. When there's a uniformity in the whole world, there is a tendency for tyranny. So I think each other they checkmate each other.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys understand.
Yeah.
If we have the kind of
if they were all on the same page, there'll be problem.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
So that's why. Because I mean, Russia has its own use in the world. I mean, it has its own use in checkmating America in some instances, you know. But then, as well, America.
But I think the West is going. The West is going too far by imposing sanction on individual too. Even they impose sanction on animal competition, like cat and dog competition. This world competition. They said Russian cat and this. I said kilo day. They want to kill cat.
No.
Adaleboko, let me shock you. Here in Australia, they took one man, Adaleboko. Here in Australia, they took all the vodka produced in Russia out of the stores or out of their stores. They are not selling it anymore.
What they are trying to do, what they are trying to achieve by that is they're trying to like pressure the oligarch in Russia to pressure Putin to to stand down.
He's not going to work.
And it's not going to work.
Well, you know, Putin is a man of his own. He doesn't care.
It's all eye service they are doing, banning dogs and all that from competing. When Russian billionaires have billions in their financial market, they won't touch it. Anything that will affect them, they'll turn blind. It's dog, they'll go and be banning.
Exactly. You know, and you see, Russia is smarter than most of these guys thinking, because they have already invested in gold. They have gold that they have stock. They have gold in stock that they have bought for a long time, getting ready for all this. All these their oligarchs, they have gold blocks stored already in their own hometown. So what they are doing is just like, it's lip service, it's high service. You know, they cannot really affect these guys. It's just a sorry situation that it is me and you who will still suffer this thing.
No, it's affecting them all. It's affecting them all. Look at Abramovich. Abramovich is selling Chelsea now. Is he not?
He said he will sell it. He has not sold it.
No,
he sold it already.
He has sold it already?
He said he's selling it, and the proceeds is going to use it to help Ukraine refugees or something like that.
Wait for him to sell it now. Say he just said he will sell it.
Do you know that the Russians, their billionaires are moving their super yacht. They're moving it away from anything near the American shores. Yeah, even the Caribbean. They're moving down to like Africa area, like the Azores and the rest of it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're moving. Even I think America can still reach them in Jamaica.
No, you cannot reach them in Jamaica. Do you know what the Americans have done to Jamaica before the Jamaicans decided to die in the hands of the Chinese?
Well, I don't know about that politics much, but I just feel they've been moving away from the territory that America has influence.
The West Europeans too. Told most people that they were ready to submit to anything China can offer, because these people have been pushed to the wall. You see, if Nigeria had sense, this would have been a great opportunity for an economic boost.
Of course.
If we were refining our own oil.
No, we're experiencing an oil boom now, but of course they will loot all the money as they always do.
That's the only problem. That is the only problem.
Remember
I wish our
the Gulf
refineries
War,
were...
when Babangida just took all the money and walked
not
away.
even, apart from even the gas, that gas of a thing that they signed. If they've done that gas thing, they laid that pipe across from Morocco into Spain, supplying some part of the European Union gas. This shakara that what his name Russia is doing, Nigeria will be benefiting from it, because I know many of those countries, they want to tap into Nigerian gas. But you see, Nigeria, we're not strategic. We're not strategic at all.
Who's that heavy bushing?
I think it's from Black League side.
Is it from Black League? But do you think that Putin will be taken down either by his own people or by the international community? And by taking down, you know what I mean, taking down.
And I think he's going to resist. You know, he's not going to go down that easy if he's going to be taken down. So we should expect a resistance. He's a man who is deeply rooted in his country, and he has influence around the world too. And you see, the world is just the way it is because everybody is waiting for China to make an official statement. That will define the pace of what is going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think Putin is going down. I think they'll come to an agreement with probably a ceasefire or some other type of agreement. Because Putin has even said if they keep pushing him and threatening Russia, none of us will live to see the end. What will happen? So you know what that means. He's talking about.
He's mad enough.
He is mad enough. Putin is not just brag. He's known to brag and
nuke
talk.
himself and nuke his own country.
Putin doesn't mind. He already said he doesn't mind going. He said keep threatening Russia. None of us, including him.
Okay, let us see then.
You know, then
he included himself in it.
You see, if we believe things are going to get better, I suggest everybody who can buy some Russian currency and Afghanistan currency should do it. Because when it bounce back,
what are you talking about?
No. Hold on, he's right though. But carry on.
Yes, because the world, in the name of the United Nations, is looking to rebuild Afghanistan, and by the time it's done building, their money is going to have a value. So right now, their money is valueless. If you want to do an investment, you can buy it for long term.
Yeah, but I don't know about Afghanistan, but certainly the Russian space.
Yeah,
you know,
and at the same time, Russia is going to
bounce back within 12
because
months.
Right now, their currency is less than $1.
It will bounce back certainly
about
within 12 months.
So it's a risky investment, but if it pays off, you'll be smiling back.
In fact, I'm not even sure how big that risk is.
Are you guys
hold on. If you buy it, well, it stands to reason, doesn't it? The country is under severe pressure, but it's such an important one in the energy sector, and two, it just has a global presence. It's not going to be held down for too long. So now, if you want to buy that Russian currency, this will probably be the time to buy it. You know, because it will bounce back, of course.
Even Russian stocks too.
Yes. You know, it will bounce back.
See, how I got to know this is
and all those sanctions, all those sanctions, they are looking for just the first window to lift them. Because it's affecting everybody now. So they're just looking for the first window to lift all the sanctions, you know.
If they can secure a ceasefire, the next thing is to begin to lift up the sanctions quietly, you know. I got this information from an American lawyer who told me that, there was this channel he recommended me. I need to call him and find out again. He said they always they don't allow this man to be on YouTube, that the man is on Rumble, that this man says things and these things comes to happen. Say because they are deep rooted in the economy.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name. It's a fat guy like that. Huh?
Something Ward. Is it Charlie Ward or something like that?
Not Charlie Ward. Okay,
I think person. Yeah. So that was where I got this idea from. About 6 months before now, that was when he told me this, and now I'm seeing this thing begin to happen. So I want to ask you guys a question. Did you think Buhari gave that money to Afghanistan out of his own volition? No. You know why I said no?
Gone.
No, you know why I said no? I think he was going to do that because when I read deep, I then realized that UN was looking to build back Afghanistan.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about Alex Jones when you were. Do you know Alex Jones?
No. Now that you said that name, I'll put it in my head and go look him up too.
That's some conspiracy theorist, one man.
No, it's not a conspiracy theorist though, because everything he says comes to pass.
Yes, but he's controlled. He's like a controlled opposition. He will tell you the truth, but he's still working for the people he claims to be against.
How do you know that? How have you concluded that?
I mean, he's always reporting about some secret societies
Yeah,
and go.
Bohemian Grove, and all that.
Yeah, Bohemian Grove, and even attending, and he'll be
I saw
outside
that.
to be interviewing people and all that.
Illuminatis and
That's
whatnot.
controlled opposition. You have to even get too close to that
So
level for you're even invited.
No, he wasn't invited. He infiltrated. You know that these people are being stalked globally. The Bohemian Grove set, and a lot of them are from that Luxembourg cusp. You know, the world is controlled by that Luxembourg type of cusp. That is where the world is.
That's without a doubt. But he has been reporting on these people for decades now.
Do you not believe that? Do you not believe that the world is controlled by a secret society?
No, it's not about belief. That's a fact. But I'm speaking specifically to Alex Jones. He is controlled opposition. I mean, you need control opposition.
No, what do you mean by that? Are you saying he's a fifth columnist?
Yes, conspiracy theorist, and yes, he will give you the truth in his information, but he's being controlled by the same people that he claims to be against.
Wittingly or unwittingly, are you saying he's a co-conspirator or is an unwitting tool?
No, he's a co-conspirator. Matter of fact, he's being paid to do it.
God, no, I don't think I.
Alex Jones, just do more research into him.
No, you know he has been deplatformed globally.
Oh,
you know
one man.
Been deplatformed.
It's not about being deplatformed. Like with the type of information he gives, that's not how America works. If he wasn't one of them, he won't be giving it out like that.
All right, I'm not sure I buy that. But what's the greatest conspiracy theory you've heard? Because my greatest conspiracy theory so far is that the royal family. I think this may well be an Alex Jones conspiracy theory as well. That's do you know Area 57 or Area 50, whatever it is? Is it 51 or 57? Hello? Am I talking to myself? I think everybody has abandoned me. Have I been abandoned?
No, we're waiting to hear what you mean about the Area 57.
No, there's a place called Area 57 in the United States, which is completely blocked off. And they are saying that there are, if you follow a guy called Joe Rogan, there's a lot of these things that is spoken about in that space. They're saying there are downed alien vessels which they are sweating for technology, which is what is feeding into the technology space. So that's one of the deep conspiracy theories. But the deepest conspiracy theory is to suggest that the British royal family, they are shapeshifters and reptilians. This is also Alex. So there's a time I used to spend a lot of time in that space. It's just also weird stuff.
Yeah, one man, you
David
see
Icke.
like one
David
dimension.
Icke. Oh, you know David Icke. There you are.
Of course. He's just like Alex Jones. So I don't see how you don't categorize them as one.
No, David Icke, David Icke is the reptilian, so that's just madness. But Alex Jones is Area 57, and you can see that in the science,
Sometimes you see places like all these 57 and places you call, they are safe houses where they have totally blocked off from the normal people's view. And these are places where important directors of CIA and FBI that refuse to die go to retire and just stay over there. So they are blocked away from the normal me and you people. So they are safe houses where they stay and they hide. Some people in high-profile cases, they go hide them there, So I've actually come close to one before, and you need to see the security. There are some places you go to in this United States. If you make a mistake and get there, for the rest of your life in this country, you'll be monitored secretly without knowing, because they want to believe you didn't come there by mistake. So such thing happens here.
All right. I've often felt that there are several layers of life that is being lived. The vast majority of us, we live on a pedestrianized life that we live in perpetual ignorance. We are just sheep, really. Most of us, really. Go there, joro jara joro. But you know, we don't know a lot, and you don't know what you don't know is the thing, and you don't like
Yeah.
not knowing. You know, yeah.
That is why I keep saying what you don't know is bigger than you.
Yeah, say it.
Because most of them, they are very deep.
All right. So if
Like
we
I came
get,
across a story
yeah, good.
who was saying, I think they named one man that he is the real king of England. But
Who's
because
that?
he was illegitimately given birth to, they had to pass him through the throne. And his family is going to threaten to come back someday.
I don't know about that.
If I come across that video again, I will send a link to you. It's on YouTube.
You know, YouTube is a very dangerous space. So social media, if you get down some portals, you might never be able to come back. Oh, when they start to fill your head with all manners of stuff, you
Yeah.
know, you know, you know, you have to. There should be a health warning around all this social media space.
That's the danger with social media and internet in general. No matter how crazy you are, there's a community that you can identify with on the internet that will validate all your psychedelic thoughts.
Oh, yes.
So
And
that's
off you
just the
go.
danger.
And if you don't have the caution to pull yourself back, you'll be just gone completely. You know, you'll be gone completely. Oh, all right, gentlemen. If we are now starting to talk about reptilians, that tells you that we've run out of things to say. So we'll start to sweep up, and we start off with Tony. Tony, are you still with us? You see, even Tony has abandoned us.
Yeah,
You know,
before Tony will say anything, Black League, that's your PA now. You know, when they call Black League, he speaks before you. So he's your spokesman, and you have to be paying me because I'm going to be his accountant.
No,
Anyway, I want to applaud Tony for something Tony did this morning. You know, I was going to go to bed because I went to bed 6 a.m. today, and I saw you guys online. Tony was the superstar of the morning session.
What did they
And it
do
was
that
making
made
a
him
lot
so?
of sense. Huh?
What
Me,
did they? What did they
for
do
me.
that made him so?
It was
No,
just
what did you hear?
him and Mangui. I think they were just both of them. Then before Izon came, then I was already feeling so sleepy.
Yeah, no, they had a good conversation. You know, sometimes when two people are having a conversation and there's a fluidity to it, I just come off the screen and just let it flow because you know sometimes you just have to let it run. Don't come in. Yeah, so Tony had that moment then. So let's start to sweep up. To land on Ajanle Koko, I think we may have lost Ovie as well because it's not like Ovie to be quiet. So Ovie, are you there? No, I did not think so. No, he would have had some psychedelic thought on the things that we were saying.
Can I go first, please?
Yeah, to you then, Thomas. To you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I will just say this: every world war that we have fought at the past, people come to the round table and sort things out. So I will just advise my people in that side. They should come to the round table and sort things out. There's nothing worth shedding woman blood. May God bless Nigeria. God bless the whole world. Thank you. One man.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So that was Thomas who has to rush off to work. So thank you, Thomas. From Thomas, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, the story get as a view.
Story get My dear people, now see today na Sunday sermon. We don't preach the gospel today. You know, we don't do our own small yarnings as we dey normal dey yarn now. I want to start to thank people from the people where they chat, where they direct us. Now, I always call Una our director because without Una, we not fit be. May God bless Una. Make Una invite people come. Make that they click the subscribe button. Make that they click the like button so that other people go feel they get them. Then make we see they share. Sometimes we did some of our WhatsApp group, our Facebook group. We go feel share and just click share. You go see the link where you want to click and so nobody go beat you say you share something given. Highest the time you say not send me this thing again. But make we try. Make we bring people. Make we for the get robust discussion so you both they talk up. All of us for here now gidig we too much. I hail everybody. We don't talk out today, but I want to tell Una say all these things where they go on for the world. All these small things where we don't talk. So make una still take and go look una own, do una own thinking, what they call research. Make una know how una go do them. If na say I not see anybody go come on money for house, so may go put money for house, so because if you can rob you or if you lost them, that one go pay you pass. But the way they look the situation, they go, if those kind of thing won't happen, in case internet no go work, you know, use your card, you go only need cash. You see, say we go need at that time, but it never reach like that, sha. We go still look, and maybe some people where they do business, we sabi all these things well. Maybe one of these days we go try find one or two of them. Maybe they can educate us, make we for know how it go be, because the aim of all these things be saying, now make we for not lose when a bad thing come. So we go continue to talk the small one where we know. If una no agree with us, una fit teach us. Where we be say we waiting, say we know smart, you know, maybe we don't know anything, una go teach us what we know. Then, but if our small own makes sense, una go take them. Una fit even go learn, come back, come tell us more, say, see what we miss, see what we supposed to do. Because the end of the day, we say, all of us come from one area, and we want to make everybody belle full. We want to make everybody better. Say we dey here, not be say we like Amona, say we not get choice. If our house better pass like this, nothing will they do for here. So that make us always try to fight our government, make them do better. Not be say we hate them like that, so even though say we they cost them, now make it for better. So me and you too, we go see the cost ourselves sometimes so that our head they come back, because we don't see say where we come from. If we not do gra, we not defeat tell ourselves the truth, even though say not be so they be around the world. So I go leave her for here, say make we continue to discuss and they go from time to time. Make all God continue to the bless now, make it better for everybody. We'll go see tomorrow by the special grace of God. One love.
All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. And Lord Michael, just something off the back of what you said, that somebody with expertise. This is something that I've been reflecting on. That we can be having people make like cameo appearances just to talk us through a particular area of expertise. You were talking about somebody that knows about financing and investing. So we might, if we're able to get, and this is to everybody. So you all have my Instagram details. So if anybody that has that expertise, you know, if they want to come on board and just share like a half an hour with us speaking to a specific opportunity or portal, then we're looking to entertain that. And also property investment in places like Nigeria. Somebody that has a real understanding of that space, this is something we're looking to explore as well. So, I mean, we are gathered to talk politics all the time and we'll continue to do that. But we want to be infusing these elements that can be useful to people, you know, just to as a takeaway. And of course, everything, do your own research, as our Lord Michael said. But so, you know, areas of expertise, health, you know, finance, investment, opportunities, even travel, you know, just specialist fields, you know, that somebody might want to, you know, discuss, you know, so we're open to that. Lord Michael, what do you think of that? Oh, are you gone, Lord Michael?
So it makes sense. So, you know, now what's in me, I think too, I always think, you know, make our people try, make we look, you know me saying any of us, when no small thing go talk. If somebody know who you go bring, make it bring and come. Make they just reason with you, we go come talk, you know. Now make it better for all of us, because I believe, say, we don't start one small community here now. If it better for me, it don't better for everybody. Now so it be, I beg, make una look into the matter. Wanna reach out to one man.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael.
Sorry,
Lord Michael, I'm going to post a link in the comment section. Is this Alex Jones guy that I was telling you about? So if you want to fill your mind with all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff, this is the guy to go to. So that's Alex Jones. So,
Well, me, I be a village man, so all those people, they're not the feel sway my mind. I go just look at like a movie. Then I go use my own common sense. They think out too.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you, Lord Michael. So that's Lord Michael. From Lord Michael, we go on to Black League. Black League to you.
Yes, it's been a great discussion. And just on the Russia topic we were on, I believe there's still Nigerians there in Ukraine that are trapped, and the air peace evacuation, they weren't able to evacuate the war zone to get to the borders. for the airpiece evacuation. So they're still trapped in Sumy, which is a city in Ukraine that's borders Russia. And it's basically Russian territory at this point because there are Russian troops there. I was watching an account of a Nigerian student saying he tried to get a vehicle to just evacuate the region on his own, but he was encountered by Russian troops who fired at him. So they just had to turn the vehicle back to their dorm room where they were. And most of the dorm rooms have no electricity, no power, no running water. I mean, it's really a tragic situation, as you would expect with a war zone. So I'll just appeal to the federal government because at this point, only the federal government can really do anything. Their parents individually or collectively really can't help them. Um, so I just appeal to the government of Nigeria, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, to really have a dialogue via diplomacy. I know we have Nigerian embassies in both Russia and Ukraine and all the countries that border Ukraine, Poland, uh, Slovakia, Hungary, and Russia, as I said. So I just appealed to the government to maybe have some type of safety humanitarian corridor to let those Nigerian students, most of them are medical students, some are studying other disciplines. But some of them are very young, as young as 18 years old, some even way younger than 18, just trapped and coming fresh from home straight to university. They don't even really know much about other regions in Ukraine. And they're being charged a lot of money. And right now, it's not even about the money. It's like physically impossible for them to evacuate the war zone area to cities like Lviv that are on the other side of the border close to Poland. So I hope the country really looks into this. It's just a government to government affair at this point that can save those Nigerians. There's been lots of reports that Ukrainians uh, are racist towards the black people, but in war situations, I mean, the Ukrainians have a policy of Ukrainian first. They're trying to save their own lives first. So you don't expect them to have the black people as a priority when they have their own people in danger as well. So only our own government can stand up for the Nigerians there to get them to safety. Those that want to be evacuated back to Nigeria can come back. Those that want to go to other European countries can also do so. But I hope the people in authority get to hear this message. And there's several videos circulating online with these students speaking for themselves to let you know the real situation on ground. I hope something is done about that sooner than later. With that, I conclude. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and we'll have a great discussion again tomorrow.
Oh, all right, Black League, and thank you especially for doing that because we must use all the opportunities we can to support our own, and drop everything. Their children at risk. So drop everything. There are children at risk, and we must, as just the very of our might, make sure those as young as 18 you are describing. Imagine just to have from mommy's laps to a school when they put you nicely into a dormitory and suddenly bombs are dropping. What would they even know to think? They never mind know to do. So they have to be rescued. And thank you for highlighting that, Black League. So thank you, Black League. So from Black League now to the mighty Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko,
Thank you, woman. And I want to thank everybody that came on the platform this evening. You have contributed meaningfully, and I believe every listener around the world benefited one way or the other from your information with your contribution. And I'd like to speak a little bit in the same direction with Black League. It's unfortunate that our youngsters can go through this kind of trouble in Ukraine. This is one of the problems, the particular problem we're talking about in Nigeria, that Nigerian state failed everybody. So Nigerian state again failed their citizen in Ukraine. They did not come out clearly with the directive before the war started. They saw it. Every nation, America, all European nations, giving directive to their citizens to get out. But Nigerians failed to issue directive to their citizens. The citizens make efforts to reach out to the embassy. There was no response, to them. So, and that is why the future of Nigeria have to go through this kind of pain. Information tells us that 80% of the evacuees, those already been evacuated to Nigeria, those they evacuated from Hungary, Poland, and Czechoslovakia or some other countries, 80% of them are medical students. 80% of them are medical students. What does that tell us? That tells us that we are a nation that does not care at all. Those medical students that cannot get the best education in Nigeria, and they went out to get that education and equip themselves so that they can come back to their motherland and help in their field of to develop their country in their field of specialization. The nation failed them again. So, but we are running democracy. Some people should be held responsible for this, particularly the minister of the foreign affairs minister. The House should have summoned a panel of inquiry on him for the nation to watch live on TV, to ask him some hard questions. Why did he fail? Why did the nation fail? What happened? Why didn't they take action? Why do they have to allow our youngsters, to go through this kind of ordeal? But we have not heard anything in this direction. We didn't know what actually happened. So it's unfortunate we are not practicing democracy. It's a corrupt democracy that we are practicing in Nigeria. As long as we continue to practice this kind of corrupt democracy, the nation will not get better. And that is why we are talking here on this platform that we need to do the right thing, vote this criminal out of power, vote against APC, vote against PDP, vote for different party. I am in support of AAC. She will run for president, and it will surely be. So other than that, I want to thank our listeners. Please, if you have not subscribe, please do right now. Like, share, and hit the notification button so that anytime one man went to move, one man, the eagle, anytime the eagle comes back, you shall get notified. And tomorrow, I believe, one man, the eagle, will land again, and we will continue the struggle. Thank you, one man, the eagle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko. So it's been one of those sessions, it's ebbed and flowed, but we put it together still. Hopefully, it was to your delight. So that was how it happened today. So we leave it there. Carry conversation and within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.